There's an echo.
Yeah, just right here. Hold on.
There we go. Nice. Okay, there's still an echo. Yeah, I'm hearing you twice. Not that it's, I don't think it's a big deal.
Oh, let me mute myself. Maybe that's it.
Okay. And we are on YouTube as well. So YouTube.
This is what people can see on YouTube. Actually, yes, it's on my screen.
Okay, so they can see that. Okay. All right, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic where we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming. I know that just a quick update. I'm sure everyone is aware of a significant an increased number of COVID infections in our.
Just let me see the camera.
Oh, really? Okay. The increased number of COVID cases. This variant is actually very contagious and has significantly increased the number of the positive cases. Thank God, though, this variant appears to be less symptomatic and patients usually do much better. I'm just urging everybody to take the proper precautions and do what is right, and hopefully this shall pass. We are going to have a bunch of presentations, and I am going to start the presentation with the departmental reports. Or actually, no, we're going to have the Nassau County Police report.
Mr. Mayor, as you can see on the screen, there was 38 aided vehicle that they aided. There was 1 burglary, 3 larceny, and 28 summons were issued for moving and 9 for parking.
No
List of
accidents?
I'm sorry?
No accidents this time?
There are accidents on the second page, but Deputy Mayor mentioned that the screen shows only 4 days from November 1st through November 4th. And this is a report that I received. And it's, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, it just doesn't make sense that there were no accidents after November 4th.
Miracles do happen.
I will read.
I checked with Maria. She said there's more
accidents, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll reach out to the person that sent it to me to
Put
get
it
an
on the
updated
next
one.
agenda. Okay. I have heard that there has been a bunch of breaking into people's cars. I urge everyone who's listening to please make sure you do not leave any valuables in the cars. Take the keys out of the car. Many people leave the doors open. So we have contacted the police, and hopefully there will be more presence. We'll see what else we can do to increase the security in our area. Okay.
Building Department report for November 2021.
Nothing to add. Mayor, the DPW report I didn't send because we're having a problem with the internet at the garage, so I had no way to be able to send it off of the computer. There is one thing that I would like to add. We're having a problem on Second Road with the parking up there.
With which one?
On Second Road off of Vista Hill.
Uh-huh.
You hear me?
I hear you. I don't know if they hear you.
We're having a problem with the parking on Second Road. And this week or last week, I put no parking here at the corner on the 2 corners because you couldn't even turn into the street. Some of the residents up there have have asked if we could put no parking or maybe some time parking on the west side of the road. It's not something that you have to think about right now, tonight, but it's something that we really have to sit and discuss on what signs that we would like to put up there, because even last winter when we were plowing up there, I couldn't even get the plows down that street because the cars are on both sides of the street.
Are these the cars that people that work down by East Shore Road?
They are, yes. I did go in and speak to at least one of the business owners down there. Today he did move the cars that were there, but it's still something that's still an issue. I think at some point we should put some kind of timed parking up there.
Okay. I think that's something we need to consider. All right, thanks.
Mayor,
Yeah.
the agenda now lists the public hearings with respect to 4 different topics. I'm respectfully going to make the following suggestion. I don't know whether you're planning on dealing with the new business items B through E before you do the Villadome presentation, but in order to have all of the Villadome items collectively dealt with, or even sequentially dealt with in the same package, I'm going to suggest that when you are ready to take up Villadome, that the first thing that be done is that we open the public hearing on the remaining open local law, which was the local law setting a default expiration date for incentives, which I believe is item D under public hearings.
Right.
Once that hearing is opened and closed, all 4 of the local laws will be in the same position. They will have closed hearings ready for votes. At that point, the presentation could be made, and following the presentation, there could be votes on the 4 local laws and all of the various approvals. Of course, it's
Okay.
up to the board.
So I would probably start with the opening of the hearing on the item D, and then we'll go on to possibly, if you said just go ahead with the rest of them and just vote on the rest, and then go
Well,
to the...
following the opening and closing of the expiration date on the incentives, my recommendation would be that the applicant make its presentation on the Villadome project, and then following that, there can be votes on all of the local laws and approvals.
Okay. So let's go
That
ahead.
being said, is there a motion to open the public hearing with respect to a proposed local law amending Chapter 575, Article 31 of the Village Code entitled Incentive Zoning, with respect to setting a default expiration date for the granting of incentives?
So moved.
I did not see which trustees did it, but there's been a motion
Bart.
and a second. The Deputy Mayor and Trustee Hope moved and seconded the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item passes unanimously and the public hearing is open. Mayor, just by way of a brief explanation, the board may recall that a similar local law was proposed for public hearing at the last meeting of this board, and as a result of several comments made at the public hearing, it was determined that the local law should be revised. It therefore needed to be reset for a public hearing, which is now in progress, and the current local law does away with the alternative ways of measuring the expiration date and simply sets 12 months from the date of the board approval as the default expiration date of any incentive granted, though the board remains free to set any particular individualized date it chooses. Is there any board member?
Is it earlier than 12 months? Or later?
It reads 12 months from the date of the Board of Trustees approval or such other date as otherwise required by the approval resolution. So it's up to the board.
Okay. I think that's
So
I like
moved.
that. Wording.
I'll move it.
Well, the public hearing is in
Public hearing.
progress.
Oh, we have to close it, sorry.
If there's any member of the board that will wish to speak to this, otherwise, the mayor may wish to open it up to public comment.
Anybody from the public would like to make a comment on this?
Seeing none is,
Hold on, I just want,
from Zoom, sorry, or from,
is there anybody from Zoom who would like to make some comments on this item? David, I see you.
You?
Mayor, can you mute your computer? On your keyboard, the top of your keyboard. It has the microphone for X.
Keep that didn't work for me. Okay, let's see. Is it working? No.
I think you have to do function F4. FN F4.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. So I'm getting that. Okay. So David, if you want to type your question and I'll read it to the public, that might be easier. David, sorry. Hold on 1 second, David. I apologize.
Would you like to speak now? David?
David, if you have yourself on mute,
They can't hear. Marcy can't hear. Marcy can't hear.
He's muted.
And Marcy says she can't hear either.
We're not all on.
I'm not muted.
Is it possible for the people who are
You're
on?
still on.
I'm still on? It says mute.
oh, it is. You know what, Mayor? Maybe if it works on the mayors, let the mayors with his volume up and he could.
I'm just
There you
gonna,
go.
yeah, that's it, done.
He's good.
David, try to unmute.
Does he want to just tap it in?
David, try it again now. Let's see what happens. He's on mute. Unmute yourself. please,
Unmute
David.
yourself.
Okay, let's try it again.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to repeat for the public too, okay? After you make your comment. And if I make a mistake, just please correct me. Okay, so basically for the public, David had stated that he was in support of the project, of the rezoning, and he feels that parcels that were off the tax roll for an extended period of time should be put on the tax roll. Good, David? Okay. Anybody else who is on Zoom who would like to participate?
But I just want to make sure that
Karen Bardash.
we are talking about this public hearing regarding the incentives.
Yes, again, just for everybody understands, right now we are talking about the incentive, the public hearings to change the local law in terms of incentive deadlines. Let's make that clear.
Yes, again, for the benefit of the public and the board, the existing village code provides for default expiration dates for a number of things, for variances, special permits, building permits, but for whatever reason, the code did not have a default expiration date on incentives. All this does is provide a default expiration date in the case the Board of Trustees did not place a different date on a particular approval of an incentive. Seeing no other member of the public looking to comment.
1 second.
Wait,
Up, one more.
Karen, did you have something you wanted to say? You unmute yourself, Karen, please. And state your, okay. Anybody else, last call, just unmute yourself.
one at a time.
Okay. Seeing none. Okay, so there's nobody else.
Seeing no other public comment, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously and the public hearing is closed. Mayor, as I indicated before, this now lines up all four proposed local laws with closed hearings ready for a vote. My suggestion is that the presentation of the applicant be heard before that vote.
Okay. Should we We're going to new business A Villadom project. Who's going to start the presentation? Can you get his mic?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Paul Bloom, Harris, Bloom and Archer, 445 Broad Hollow Road, Melville, New York, appearing on behalf of Villadome on the Bay. Property is located at 267 East Shore Road, Section 2, Block 181, lots 13 and 151. It is a 2.9 acre parcel of land, formerly the village's sewer department, location of the sewer department plant, currently being used for storage of automobiles. The property is on East Shore Road, has a frontage of 203 feet, a rear lot line of 410 feet, and is 383 feet deep. To the north of the property, standing looking at it to the right, is a paper street known as, if nobody comes near me, I'll take this off. How's that? The property to the north is a paper street. It's an extension of Woolies Lane, which was never completed but still owned by the village of Great Neck and shown on the village map. There is an elevation differential of this property going from what would be a southwesterly corner of the property down to the northeasterly portion of the property. This elevation differential is 70 feet. At its highest point, it is elevation 82, and at its lowest elevation, that which is at East Shore Road, it is at elevation 12. Now, I bring this up because this also plays into, if I might, some of the issues that will be discussed and some of the difficulties associated with this unique parcel. What we are requesting this evening is the Board of Trustees, who has accepted both site plan approval and architectural approval, and also is considering the master plan modification under the MU zone. This is pursuant to section 575, 225, 575, 182, and 575, 118B as in boy. The proposal is to construct a residential apartment building, a single building on a split zone, with a retail portion being in the MU zone, as this board will, once the vote on the local laws are adopted, be created, and also a residential portion in what will be the G zone of the property. The MU zone, which will be the first 180 feet of the property, with the balance to be in the G zone, will have a residential structure, 3 and 4 stories in height, approximately 125,000 square feet, that contains or provides for 63 apartment units ranging between 1, 2, and 3 units. This will be an age-restricted 55 and over project that'll provide 114 parking stalls and will also, among other things, require a resolution of this board as it relates to tandem parking that is proposed for the underground parking for the residential structure. The retail structure will be a one-story structure, again as a single building between the two buildings themselves. They are connected. It is set back 75 plus minus feet from East Shore Road, the front property line, and provides 47 parking stalls for a total of 161 parking stalls on the site for both the residential and the commercial building. And as will be mentioned later, a portion of these stalls will be shared between the residential and the retail uses. Just as a course of addressing that which this board has looked at over the past number of months, there has been an extensive CEQA review associated with this project. This board has taken a hard look pursuant to 6 NYCRR Part 167. Our engineers, VHB Engineering, in March of this past year, prepared and presented an extended EAF with supplements including a extensive traffic parking study. In addition, Laurel Engineering did a phase 1 and limited phase 2 assessment of the site, so that there is been a very hard look at both not only the environmental aspect but also the other environmental aspects, not necessarily dirty dirt or clean dirt, but things such as traffic and other items which were covered in the environmental assessment form. These documents were reviewed by the village's engineers, H2M. They're your consultants, and it was ultimately presented with some comments and modifications, request for additional information and additional studies to be performed. That occurred in April of 2021. VHB in July of this year conducted additional studies as was recommended and suggested by H2M, especially as it related to traffic impacts. Also did other modifications and research associated with the project as requested by H2M. Those documents were then returned to H2M for their review, and their review was made and presented to the board and copies provided to the applicant in August of this year. And if I can just read the last paragraph of the report back from H2M. The revised materials have provided substantive assessment and response to H2M's April comments, and upon review, we recommend the action as proposed would not result in the potential significant adverse environmental impact, and that accordingly a negative declaration is appropriate. So there has been that hard look as it relates to the seeker issues associated with the project. There was also, I just might point out, though we anticipate that there will be some minor items that will be approached and found in the course of excavation, the village did its own decommissioning of the property when the sewer plant was demolished. And at that point, there was also some remediation that was done to the property, removal of tanks, etc., by the village. So the village started the process. We followed up with our extensive report. We also had an environmental firm do the phase 1 and partial phase 2. And so we are at a point where we feel that we are ready to proceed with the project. Let me just start with a simple overview. We are asking for certain relief, and it's different and yet it's the same. We're asking for dimensional modifications for that portion of the property which is in the MU zone, the business zone or the mixed use zone. We are also asking for relief for items that associated with the proposed project and the building in the G zone. But generally speaking, they are also dimensional in nature. So there is not a great difference with respect to the request, except for the fact that as it relates to the G zone, our dimensional requests, which are not subject to any incentive in the MU zone, is in fact associated with an incentive, and it's called an incentive, though it's really dimensional. Same thing. I have a side yard setback, dimensional modification that we're asking for in the MU zone, and I have a side yard setback on the same side of the building with respect to the residential in the G zone, and the modification in the MU zone does not have any incentive associated with it. The modification for the same side yard, different degree but same side yard, is in fact referred to as an incentive. That's what the code provides for. And so what I would like to emphasize is that in more respects, the simple modifications that we are seeking, both in the G and the MU zone, are of a minor nature, in my opinion. And when we look at the overview of those things associated with the project, I think it becomes apparent. In the G zone, our lot area minimum requirement under the code is 15,000 square feet. Our lot is over 91,000 square feet. In the G zone, the maximum number of units that you can construct is 96 for this property in terms of its size, etc. We are asking for 63. With respect to building area, you're permitted 60% building area. We are only asking for 38% building area. With respect to maximum height and number of stories, the code under this section permits us to have 6 stories. We're asking for a maximum of 4 stories, between 3 and 4 stories. The maximum height under the code is 62 feet. This is absolute height. And it's going to get a little confusing because height is defined 2 ways in this code. Absolute height, and with respect to the G zone, height from an elevation. So I don't want to confuse them, and I don't want to confuse you. But the bottom line is, absolute height, I measure from this level of the ground to this portion of the top of the roof. Under this code section, you are permitted 62 feet in height. We are asking for 45 feet in height. With respect to the maximum elevation height, this is where it gets confusing. You are permitted up to 80 feet, up to elevation 80. We are requesting this evening for elevation 80. With respect to the MU zone, our front yard requirement is a minimum of 15-foot setback. We have 75.5 feet setback. With respect to FAR, you are permitted an FAR, which in this case is significantly less of to what we are proposing. With respect to the height, in the MU zone, you're permitted 3 stories. We're proposing 1 story. With respect to height, you are permitted 31 feet, and we are proposing 23 feet. Now, as I said, the elevation differential, the 70-foot elevation differential, plays very strongly into the height issue as it relates to elevation. I'll get into that a little more later on in the presentation, but our elevation, which is only 45 feet, starts where the elevation is already 35 feet. And so we are now getting to that 80-foot maximum, though it's because where we are starting to build is at a higher elevation than the roadway, which is at 12 feet. Think about this. Based upon this code section, there is a G zone across the street. That is at elevation, at grade, at somewhere between 10 and 12. That building is 7 plus minus feet tall, and I don't even want to guess. Excuse me? I believe it's 7 stories tall, 7 stories tall. So we're at least 70 plus feet if we're just using 10 as an average for the story. This is nowhere near what the magnitude of the Avalon project is. Ah, they are here. Thank you. I ran the clock until our architects can appear.
Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome. I would like, since 2 weeks ago at the last meeting, there was a very, very detailed presentation by Mark Stuma and Joe Yacobelis. I do not know how much more you would like to see. I would prefer if we were able to incorporate that record into this, but if you want a brief overview, they will again discuss and show the plans and what is proposed for the site.
I think just for the sake of the process, it's okay to have a brief presentation.
I thank you for saying that, because I had to pull these guys out of a place they wanted to be, not here this evening. And so if you said no, I would be in bad shape.
We always love leaving our Christmas party early to see you guys. It's a pleasure. Well, again, I'm Mark Stumer, principal of Mojo Stumer Associates. We, as Paul said, made a presentation a couple of weeks ago on this wonderful project, but I'll go through it again. And I was kidding about the Christmas party. It was coming to an end anyway. But I want to wish you all, the board members, a good, if I don't see, a healthy and happy new year. And let's talk a little bit about this project. So for anybody in the audience who didn't hear my presentation last week, there is a video, but I don't know if we have it or.
You want me to play it? I'll play it.
I mean, it just as an introduction, again, I think it just shows clearly the detail and the texture of what we intend to do and the quality of the architecture that we did. Yeah, well, I wouldn't disappoint you guys. That's basically it. There's no jazz band at the place, by the way. but, but anyway, so I just want to start off. I'll introduce the project a little bit for those who don't know it at this point, and then my associate Joe will answer any detailed questions you have about the complexity of it. But I just want to say Villadome is a quality builder, and we're very lucky that they've picked up this site. As you can see just by the building itself, this is a very textural building. It's not one long brick building. It has an in and out textured effect to be somewhat like townhouses, yet it's still an apartment building. There are setbacks, there are balconies, there are ins and outs, which cost a lot of money. These things don't come cheap. Look at a typical brick building on Middle Neck Road or any of the communities of Great Neck. This building far leaves those in the way behind. There's tremendous detail to it, there's tremendous texture to it, but there's also an incredible understanding of the site. We studied this site for months. We've done sightline studies. We've stepped the building down. We've moved it forward. We go from 4 to 3 stories to be very, 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 very sensitive to the sight lines of the community around it. We've pulled back the setbacks. We've steeped the land. We've also created a very interesting concept in the retail facility part of the building, which is the front part on Middle Neck Road is low. You drive up a beautiful driveway to the higher point of the building, which is built into the hill. The parking lot between the retail and the apartment building is for public use and residential use for visitors. The parking for the building itself is all contained underground, and there's parking right in front of the retail facility so that people can pull in and park. So we think we've got the traffic and the parking well solved, very well solved. For people who are concerned about, because this is I don't want to call it a senior living facility, a quality senior living facility, which this town desperately needs, that anybody who is handicapped or somewhat has an accessibility problem will be able to come out from the apartment building, go to the top deck of the retail facility, take an elevator down to the retail facility, take an elevator back up. So everything is accessible. Somebody brought up that question the last time. The use of materials, as you can see, are varied, so you just do not get a flat front facade. The quality of this architecture is expensive. And as I said last time, something's going to come here. That somebody's going to build on this site. And I'm very thankful that we had the opportunity to build on it. I am a resident of this community. And two, a company like Villadome is willing to put the expense to create a quality building on this extraordinary site. The views to the water will be exceptional. The quality of lifestyle in this building will be great. And I truly believe it'll be a real asset to our community. That being said, I'll turn over any questions or the hard part to my associate. He likes to be beaten up a little bit. So come on up, Joe. And you'll take it from here. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity again. And if there are any questions from the board for me particularly, I'll be glad to answer that too.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joe Yacobelis with Mojo Stumer Associates. Most of the hard part here was done. I think Paul and Mark, like you just heard, gave you a pretty great overview and an explanation of what we love about this building and how we arrived to the design that you have here. What I do have to add, and I'll be brief about this, and like Mark said, I'm happy to answer any questions. In terms of the materiality and the concept of the texture and the material that Mark is starting to explain, we did prepare this material board to convey to the board here tonight what these concepts look like in real life and in reality, and how we see the materiality of this building coming true. A lot of what you see on the retail portion of the building in the lower right portion of that image, as exhibited here, is planned on being a white composite or a white metal panel. We've got a narrow format, we have a narrow format brick masonry veneer that's going to clad the majority of the multifamily building toward the rear, and all of that is accented, we think, very beautifully by a aluminum product that has a wood look to it. Brings a nice natural elements. There's a nice kind of a harmony with the natural surroundings and the plantings, and we very much think that the combination of the heavier masonry paired with this soft and very natural looking wood product gives the building a really soft touch. really helps to texturize and break apart this facade into some smaller pieces. But most importantly, as in all of our work from a standpoint of durability and maintenance, all of these materials are nearly indestructible, and this building will look as good as it does on day one, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So we're certainly glad to make sure that this will be a maintenance-free building that really won't have any issues with deterioration or products falling apart. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't want to take up too much of everybody's time. I think Mark and Paul gave a great overview of the highlights of the project here.
Do you have any rendering of the roof line? Or the rooftop?
The closest thing we probably have is the one view we saw earlier, which was sort of an aerial view looking down on the whole. Oh, if you go back one, maybe. That's probably about the closest thing where you can see a little bit of the aerial workout of what's happening on the top of the multifamily building at the rear. But most importantly here, I think what's really interesting, and Mark alluded to this, I think what's most positive about this project is the way that we were able to leverage the topography of this site to our advantage. Usually you have a site like this with a severe change in grade, and it's a big challenge to make the circulation and all of the adjacencies of the architectural components work. This worked out really well, and in this case it was really a generative force behind this design. As you can see here, the result is this really beautiful retail facade, and that's all you see of this building. The other three sides of that building are basically buried underground. The earth is built up around it following the natural grade, and rather than seeing a four-sided building, think about the back and the side of most retail buildings. They're ugly, they're unfinished, they're brick, and they're not what you want to look at. They're usually forgotten about. So in this case, you get the beautiful facade where all the money goes and all of the fanfare is. The rest of that building is encapsulated by its site, and we actually can reclaim the footprint in a very environmentally friendly way. Rather than having a black rubber roof with a bunch of air conditioning equipment, there's actually the opportunity to reclaim that space and get some pedestrian and vehicular space up there and enhance the access around the site. So this view really highlights that, and you can start to see a little bit of the roof line of the retail building in the back, and as Mark and Paul explained, the majority of this building is a three-story building. To the south over here is a four-story component, but what you're looking at here is really just a glass connector that's connecting from the fourth story over to the stair tower. So it's really a three-story building with four to the one side. And we purposely played with the architecture and stepped back the massing to try to mitigate the look and the size of the building to make it not feel too large for its site.
I have a question. Missing the back inside the retail establishment, how is deliveries to be made?
A lot of that depends on the final
Sorry,
tenant.
I have to repeat it because I wasn't on mic. I was just asking how deliveries would be made to the retail establishment.
Some of that I'll leave to VHB for when they make their presentation on traffic and parking, but I think a lot of that will depend on what the ultimate tenant is. As Paul explained, I think perhaps in the last presentation, I'm not sure about tonight, we don't know what tenant is going to be in this space. It could be anything. For the purposes of being as conservative as possible, in the early studies, we had been assuming a grocery store. Not because we think a grocery store is going to be there, but because that's the most intensive use. So from a parking and a traffic standpoint, that usage lets us look at the worst case possible numbers. But this could be a shoe store. This could be a stationary store. So it's hard to say logistically how that would work, but we would work that out with the parking lineman as best as possible for the tenant.
What's behind the windows on the top?
In this
On
area
the top
here?
of the roof, on the top of the apartment building.
Here?
Yeah, what's behind there?
So this entire area here, if you can go to the plans, it might illustrate it better. This is simply a glass enclosed corridor that connects the fourth floor of the building over to the other stair tower and provides access out to the roof. So there are no apartments here. There are no amenities. It's strictly a passageway.
And same thing on the left side? Same
No.
thing on both window sides?
This is the fourth story over here. There are apartments. This part of the building is 4 stories. This portion is 3, just with a deeply set back connecting walkway.
How close is it to the hill? Like, is it, the back of the building?
75 feet setback, correct?
Right, there's a 65-foot setback on the rear, 65 feet.
And do you have a picture of the back of the commercial structure? In other words, you say that it's flat. No, we're looking at the front of it.
Yeah, on the back, the parking goes on the back.
It goes into the ground.
Right, except is there any way that we could see, I mean, I'm curious.
Andy, you're looking
It's
at it.
complete, no. I'm not looking, I wanna see what it looks like. You, I,
Can't see it.
you can't
She
see
wants to
any
see
part of it?
what it looks like if you were standing at the building looking down towards the street.
Exactly.
See the
If you were standing in front of the multifamily portion of the site back here or within this building looking out, you'd be looking through this really beautiful terrace system, which is kind of just a way of accentuating the pedestrian walkway, or this tower element. But otherwise, the site slopes up along the side of the building, and the roof of this building is the parking lot behind it on the level above. So the building is basically buried underground, but for the frontage facing out to the road.
And how much higher is the hill than the top of the residential structure?
Are you talking about the hill behind to the
Yeah.
rear?
Yeah.
The elevation of the property differs, but in the corner where the four-story structure is, four-story structure is, the top of that hill is at elevation 80 to 85. The top of our roof to the roof deck is at elevation 80. It is not above.
Okay.
One of the reasons, and we'll get into it very shortly, and there are going to be C&Rs that are proposed to be.
I'm sorry, Paul. The top of the roof deck, or
The roof, to the roof deck of the four-story structure, the highest point of the building.
it looks all flat to me.
It is. It's at elevation, well, no. The right side is the three-story structure. The only thing that's on that structure is a glass enclosed tunnel.
But the fourth floor on the left side is below, is it not?
It's at elevation 80.
I know where it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's at elevation 80.
But the elevation 80, I think one thing to be clear, I'm sorry I don't want to do your presentation, but when they say elevation 80, that's from sea level, not from ground level. I think I understand that what
Yes.
you say, but I think you need to.
This is why I said at the beginning, when
I
you
know.
start to talk about elevation, and we're talking about absolute height, our absolute height is 45 feet. That's it.
Right, it's 45 feet from where it
From
starts.
elevation 35.
Right, but the elevation that they get, it's 80 feet from the sea level, not from the ground level. So it's not a building that is 80 feet
Okay.
80 feet tall.
If I may, I've got a slope. It's 70 feet differential. I'm at the highest point here, the lowest point here, and I'm building in the middle of that structure, of that slope. As a result, I'm not building at elevation 10 or 12, and as I said, elevation 12 is what East Shore Road is. If I built this at East Shore Road, I would have an elevation which is 45 plus elevation 12, and therefore I'd have 47 as my elevation height. Excuse me, 57. Thank you. 40 to 45 plus 12, 57. And as long as I'm here, and I'm going to give the microphone back, if you take a look at the plans, there is a loading dock. The question was, where's the loading happening? There's a loading dock which shows on the plan, which is on the right side, the north side of the building.
For the retail.
For the retail.
No, I understood that.
Okay.
Anything else, Joe?
Any questions?
Unless there are further questions, I'm happy to answer, but.
Go through the material?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, he did.
Well, if they're doing anything, yeah.
Do you want, let me just, do you have a question on the design?
Yeah.
You have a question on design. I think it's better to have the presentation by the architects as far as the traffic goes, and then we can ask all the questions at the same time.
We're gonna ask the question questions, all the questions at once at the end after they make their presentation.
I just want to have the entire presentation as far as traffic and everything else goes, and then we can ask the questions, because I'm sure we may have other questions as far as the traffic and parking goes. So let's just have that as well, when we open the question to the public.
Going now into more details with respect to the items that we are seeking, either waivers, modifications, or the euphemism as I say is incentives. The request for the changes and modifications in the MU zone include a parking waiver and also some dimensional requirements to be either waived or relieved. There are no incentives associated with anything within the MU zone. I've repeated it 4 times, and it'll probably come up 4 more times. There are 3 requests that are being made with respect to the MU zone. The side yard modification, the side yard, which is the north part of the building, the retail building, which faces the paper street of Willie's Lane, is at 12.4 feet when there is a requirement of a side yard in the MU zone of 15 feet. So there is a waiver for the 2.6 feet differential that we are seeking with respect to that one item. I will say that the yard, the side yard, on the south side of the building is 44 feet, where only 15 is required. You may say, why don't you move the building over, and then therefore you can even it out? But the question becomes, how do you then obtain a appropriate access driveway to the property? And so we started with the point we need a safe access to the property. We've set it back the 44 feet on the south side, which left us with respect to the north side the shortage of 2.6 feet. I would consider this de minimis, considering the unique nature of the property, but also the fact that there is nothing but, at this point, probably dead trees and some underbrush, which is part of what is the paper street at that point on the property to the north, called Willie's Lane. The second item that we are seeking a modification for in the MU zone is the building coverage. The maximum building coverage is 35%, and our coverage is 36%. It's a 1% differential. Again, in terms of magnitude, I think this is also a de minimis adjustment and modification of a dimensional requirement. The third is a parking waiver associated with the MU zone. We're providing 47 vehicles, 47 parking vehicles, parking stalls for vehicles in the front of the building and also on the roof of the structure. The code requires 68 units, but the entire property, both residential and also the commercial portion, provides 161 parking stalls. In effect, what we are suggesting, and this will be addressed much more detail by Pat Linehan, is a sharing of some sort with respect to the parking which is on the grade of the entrance to the residential property. And since these types of uses, the commercial use and the residential use, are complementary to each other, there is more than sufficient parking, but again, I will leave that to Mr. Lanahan. We're providing 114 parking stalls for the residential. That totally conforms to code. So there is no change or request for any type of relief with respect to the parking in the G zone at 114. The 114 stalls, in addition to the 47 stalls that we are requesting the relief for, gives an entire site number of 161 stalls. We are also asking for this board to grant us relief pursuant to Section 575, 155, 155, which is a provision that permits tandem parking. We are providing in the G zone, and I'm now out of the MU zone and I'm in the G zone discussion, that there be 34 tandem stall parking stalls, and we will be conforming to all of the requirements of the code. If I can, 575, 155, general provisions of the code in subsection B, 1 lowercase d, tandem parking for residential units with the condition that all parking spaces that are in tandem with each other shall be assigned to the same unit, shall be subject to the approval of the Board of Trustees. This is within your power to grant, and we are asking that among the other items that you consider and place in a resolution, hopefully for approval of this project, that provision of the code is included as one of those approvals. With respect to the G zone, instead of 3 modifications or dimensional modifications, we are asking for 4 different items. This is pursuant to Section 575.336, and the first one is 575.336, subsection letter A, the number 1, lowercase b, and that is for our roof amenity, the roof terrace, which is what would have been the 4th floor of the building, but we have taken half of the building, more or less, and reduced that to 3 stories. This building now provides, or would provide, a area for recreational and amenity use, and the only structure, so to speak, that is on that portion is the glass-covered walkway, which was mentioned just previously, which connects the 4th floor to the bulkhead in the corner, and I believe is required by the state for the secondary means of egress from the building. I would say, theoretically, that we might have been able, and this is now pure theory, we're not changing the application, but theoretically, we're looking at this, we're asking for 63 units. We are way under the maximum number of units that are permitted, which I, again, called attention to earlier on. But were we to now build the 4th floor across, end to end, and not have a roof terrace, based upon the room count of the 2nd and 3rd floor, theoretically, that roof terrace, which we want, and we're asking for permission to achieve and to be granted, could have 10 to 11 more apartments. We're not asking for that. We're asking for something simpler. We're not asking to increase the density. By the way, even if we added an additional 10 or 11 apartments, we would still be under the maximum number which we would be permitted under the code. We're not asking for it. But if you're looking to weigh benefits, etc., isn't it better for an amenity, a rooftop amenity, for those people who are living there than maximizing the bulk of this building? And we're not maximizing it, but we're building the full capacity.
Peter, I'm sorry, Paul. So
Yes.
you're asking to have a rooftop amenity,
That's all.
right? And what is that rooftop amenity?
It is a place for...
I know what a rooftop amenity is, but what is it that you? I mean, you can put a swimming pool on. You can put a bar. You can put a right. What is it? Are you asking for anything specific, or you are saying you would like to have the option and you will come back when you have the design? Again, not not having to do anything with this approval or this application based on what I'm hearing, correct?
Absolutely, and I think the direct answer to your question, which you know I have very difficult time giving direct
see that.
answers to your
Yes.
questions. The direct answer to your question is we're seeking this, what is called an incentive under this zone, for the board to grant us the right to have this amenity. If you are asking, will we come back at a future date and say to the board, we would like to have approval to put a disco bar up there with lights and 79,000 people, we'll come back and ask for that. Now, if we're only asking for 2 people to be there, we will come. No, we will come back with respect to that.
So you just want to know if we can have rooftop amenities?
Well, we need your approval to have a rooftop amenity. With respect to the use in terms of restrictions on uses, etc., we have no problem in coming back and discussing that with the board at the time, and obviously before it's being used.
Okay.
With respect to the second item that we are requesting under the G zone, it is 575-336, subsection A1 lowercase e. This is building elevation height. We're back to the elevation height. We're not talking about the height of the building. We're talking about the elevation height. By the way, I think that this was done specifically when the code was originally adopted in the G zone as it related to the Avalon that has the multiple stories, and because they are at a elevation which is substantially lower than ours, as I said, somewhere between 10 and 12, the board at that time in adopting the legislation was very concerned about how tall the building would be, and therefore they wanted to control the height of the building 2 ways. One in terms of number of stories and absolute height, and the other in terms of its elevation and what is the impact considering it's in a waterfront residential district. And the idea was to the greatest extent, in my mind, I was not part of this legislation. In my mind, I think the intent of the board at that time was to create a situation where, in fact, you're not having the properties on the east side of East Shore Road be of such a height and dimension that it would block the views from people who are west of that. Here, and I think I started to talk about, there will be covenants and restrictions that are going to be filed. As it relates to the MU zone, the code now provides that there is a sight line which is required to be adhered to for the benefit of the people on West Terrace. And it's a diagonal line. It almost parallels the 70-foot differential in the elevations, which provides sight lines out to the water. And a G zone, that provision is not part of the requirements when building. We are filing a covenant restriction which says that we will conform to that sight line restriction that existed in the MU zone, still relates to the MU zone. So our building, and I'm now holding one hand lower than the other, the commercial building and the residential building will not invade the skyline and the view that is part of what would be the MU zone. We are voluntarily saying we will do that with respect to the G zone in this particular property. Can't speak to anybody else who comes in with a G zone property. So we will adhere to that. I will point out that you're aware of the fact that there is what used to be the Wallbaums, which is now the BMW repair shop. That building was built prior to the time that this skyline view was in effect. That one-story building violates that sky exposure line, that sky floodplain line. We will not. And we are even closer to the properties that are up on West Terrace. So voluntarily, we've agreed that we would provide this covenant restriction and that we will not violate that. That's the sight line view. The building elevation height. We are permitted by the code to have a building on an elevation differential at elevation 68 to elevation 80, but no greater than 80. We are requesting a building with elevation of 80. Now that is only as it relates to the 4-story portion, because at the 3-story portion, our elevation is only at 70, plus minus. So we well are within the sky view or the sight line CNR, and also in accordance with the MU zone.
But that does not include the glass corridor.
Oh, yes, it does. It
So
will.
70 with the glass corridor?
It will comply with all of those requirements.
I know, because based on what the design that we saw, it's pretty much looks, it's like the same level.
It is, you will be shown a plan when we file it with the building department.
I don't mind, as long as it's below 80, it doesn't
Well,
matter. 70 or 80.
there
It
is-
just, to me, that looks like it's the same level.
Aren't they all at 80?
Yes, but the point of starting is different, because
one's an apartment and one's a terrace.
first of all, the starting point is based upon, I believe, the 2nd story of the buildings that are on, the houses that are on West Terrace. West Terrace is not a flat roadway. And so, as you cut through the building, each area will have a different absolute elevation.
But right. It has, how can you have absolute elevation that is different? Because it goes based on sea level, not based on
No,
West Terrace.
but it goes on the height. If I'm standing in the 2nd floor,
That I understand.
if I'm standing in the 2nd floor of a house that is at this height, and I'm standing in the 2nd floor of a house that's this height,
That's for the site of...
that's
the
the sight
site.
line.
That's the sight line. I'm
That's
not
what we're
talking about
doing.
So you're talking about the sight line.
That's all I'm talking about.
Right, because you said the absolute...
No,
Okay.
I think you walked out when I said.
Okay, no, because you just... Okay, right now you just heard that. Well,
Wait.
okay, it's okay. Go
Then
on.
we're dealing with sight line.
Okay.
And with respect to that, everything will be 100% in accordance with what is in the CNR and what is in the code. The height of the building to the roof deck is 45 feet. Because of the slope, as I indicated before, and where the building is being located, the base, the point where we start, is at elevation 35, not at elevation 10, 12, whatever. It's in the middle of the slope. As a result, the 35 plus the 40 brings us to the point where we are at the maximum we can be at, which is 80 feet. The third item that we are asking relief for is with respect to 575-336, subsection A1F as in Frank, and this is clearly a dimensional modification, and it's similar, if not identical, to the relief we're seeking with respect to the MU zone, and that is the side yard setback, same side. It's the same side that's facing the paper street. Here, there is a requirement, and it's interesting. Our one building, because it's in a split zone, there's a side yard requirement of 15 feet in the MU zone, and as we go up to the residential, the side yard requirement becomes 20, because G requires 20, MU requires 15. Here we have a requirement of a 20-foot setback, and we are short by 5.8 feet. Again, it's facing a paper street. We don't believe it has any deleterious or any view effect upon anybody other than, as I said, the scrub trees that happen to be growing there at this time. The last item that we are requesting relief for in the G zone is yet another dimensional modification, and this relates to the rear yard. In the G zone, you are required to have a 75-foot rear yard setback. Because of the siting of the building and the whole project in its concept, we are at 65.5 feet. We're 9.5 feet short. Keep in mind, our building is set back 65 feet at an elevation which is either equal to or somewhat less than what the elevation of the West Terrace properties are. In addition, there are two retaining walls that are going to be there to, in effect, cut into the slope. In addition to the two retaining walls, there is proposed, and I think we have it on our plan, a detailed planting plan with plants and trees that will, in addition, block any of the view of the building, but will be such that they will not interfere with the view of the sight line, which we've ensured will be part of the project. Those are the items we're asking for. In effect, there are 8 of them. There are 3 with respect to the MU zone. There are 4, and you can count 5 if the tandem parking is counted with respect to the G zone. None of them, in and of themselves, do I believe are substantial. Many of them are actually created by the unique nature of the property, sloping from the southwest to the northeast, and all of the difficulties with respect to trying to site a building on a property with a 70-foot slope to it, which is ultimately why, in effect, the building itself, the residential building itself, in some respects becomes a retaining wall of itself, which will then still require 2 more retaining walls behind because of the elevation. With respect to the use of the property, this is probably the best use this property can be put to under very difficult circumstances. It is providing age-restricted housing, which we do not have, other than assisted living facilities, mostly in Great Neck Plaza. We are providing independent living, 55 and over, with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units that will have some retail element associated with it. That retail element, whatever it may be, will also benefit the other residential structures, not only the Avalon, but you also have residential apartment building, which is still within the village, just before you get to the line in Kings Point at the base of Ravine Road. There are still people who are living on not only Vista Hill and Ravine, where you will be able to have access, walking access to some sort of retail. And we're hoping that whatever retail is going to come here will be compatible with those things that are more desirable and needed by the community itself, in addition to the fact that we have office buildings, all within walking distance. It is trying to make a major impact change on the character of East Shore Road. The first step, I must admit, which I think has turned out to be a relatively successful project, was the Avalon. I know there's been a lot of discussion with respect to how much traffic that develops, and it's the worst thing that ever happened in the world. I would tend, based upon the science, so to speak, to refute those comments. It was the vision of the village in its master plan and its zone change, which goes back now a good number of years ago, to change East Shore Road from automobile repair shops, automobile body shops, and other types of cabinet makers, etc., from an industrial roadway to one which actually provides waterfront views and waterfront property for residential use. I will say that unfortunately prior administrations that adopted this legislation was not capable of seeing any positive results. The first thing that happened, instead of a residential property with promenade along the water, when the wall bounce was closed, didn't turn out to be residential, turned out to be an automobile repair shop. Another thing that occurred, which again changed the whole character of the neighborhood, and also the attempt to revitalize the property, was the U.S. Post Office, who didn't need any approval from this board or any board to do whatever they wanted on their site. It's not that it's the wrong place. The fact is, I think it was the wrong place. What we are looking to do here is to take the next step. I think the Avalon was the first step. I think this is the next step. And I believe this will be the impetus for further changes to be more consistent what was the view of the master plan for East Shore Road and the use of the waterfront and the view of the waterfront. At this point, I'd like to have, unless you have any questions of me, I will ask the two representatives from VHB if you have any questions with respect to the environmental assessment or any of the items that were listed in the environmental assessment. William Sklar is here to be able to respond to those. But I would like to have a full presentation by Pat Lenahan from VHB as it relates to those studies that he made with respect to both parking and also traffic, since last time we were here, traffic seemed to be basically the major issue, and I think Pat can allay a lot of those concerns.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Brawl, trustees, council, staff. My name is Patrick Lenahan. I'm the Director of Transportation at VHB's Long Island office in Hauppauge, 100 Motor Parkway. Good evening again. VHB performed a detailed traffic study and parking study to evaluate potential impacts of the proposed Villadome project, which is before you tonight. Associated with the proposed development of 267 East Shore Road into a mixed use site with senior rental apartments and about 13,500 square feet of commercial retail space. That study, dated July of 2021, was performed in accordance with standard traffic engineering principles and practice and included with the submitted expanded environmental assessment. The study was reviewed, as Paul said, by the village's consultant and revised based on comments in the consultant's letter of April 23rd, 2021. The TIS, as most traffic studies do, evaluated traffic safety, site access, parking, future volumes, and capacity. We looked at the weekday AM and PM commuter peak periods, as well as the Saturday midday peak period. We looked at the site access points, as well as East Shore at Ravine to the north, East Shore at Vista Hill Road to the south, and East Shore Road at Grace Avenue to the south. The development of the site, as we said, is proposed as mixed use containing senior housing. This provides a community need and is not a destination unto itself as a large retail center would be, and commercial space at a size to serve what we think will be the immediate community at 13,500 square feet. It will provide retail support for the businesses and residential communities that are already on East Shore Road. We don't know what's going to be there. The study used market as worst case in terms of trip generation. Certainly, that would be supportive of the residences that are already up and down East Shore Road, Avalon Bay principally being the largest one, and the businesses in the area. The proposed development contains senior retail housing. Multifamily housing in general generates significantly less traffic than single-family homes in terms of trips per hour, trips per day, per unit, per dwelling unit, let's call it. Senior housing is even less than typical rental apartments, unage restricted rental apartments. The folks that tend to live there tend to be, for the most part, retired. They don't work on the same schedule as we're forced to work at. They don't have to get up in the morning and go to work. They don't come home in the evening. They can set their schedule whenever they want. So statistics show us that senior housing is really one of the lowest traffic generating uses that you could have, as opposed by maybe even congregate, only congregate care, which this is not. With regard to site access, do we have a site plan that we could get on the screen? If you would. Do we have a plan view?
Yeah, just 1 second.
I think that'll do. Yeah, this one seems shut off. This one has shut off.
Oh, that screen just.
You're putting up the site plan?
It's getting there.
While they're doing that, Paul, if I could just say, at some point, you'll put the site plan up and just walk us through the site plan a little bit?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It looks like we're good? Okay. In regard to site access, 2 points of access are proposed. Full access to, we changed.
You can keep going, we're just here.
Okay. There is a southerly access whereby full access to East Shore Road is proposed. At the north end of the site, a right turn only exit is proposed. There will be modifications to the pavement striping on East Shore Road that will provide a left turn lane into the site. There is a plan in the traffic impact study to that effect. Any vehicle waiting to turn into and out of the site, this is an important point, will not impact through traffic flow on East Shore Road. If you are leaving the site, you're a secondary movement that has to wait for a gap on East Shore Road, so you don't impart any delay to traffic on East Shore Road. If you're making a northbound left turn into the site, you'll store in the proposed left turn lane that I just mentioned, again, out of the way of through traffic. If you're behind someone who's making a southbound right into the site, they'll slow down a little bit, but they shouldn't stop. So the traffic flow on East Shore Road really shouldn't be affected with this project. With regard to trip making at the site, even in the highest peak hour of generation, and these are based on statistics that's been reviewed by your consultant that are accepted by, in general, by all the reviewing agencies around here, including Nassau County. When we look at the senior housing and we use the retail as a market, which again was the highest trip generating use, we're looking about, during the peak period, the highest of the 3 peak periods I noted, about 2 trips every minute into the site combined, entering and exiting. The peakest, the highest peak hour is on a Saturday, and where we come out at about just under 130 trips over the whole hour. So that's where those 2 trips per minute come from. And of course, they're north and south on East Shore Road, and in and out, so they're distributed in the street system. When we look at the study intersections and the driveways, we look at the traffic conditions as they exist now, and then we overlay the traffic from the proposed project, and we take a look at what the difference is. And the study finds very little impact anticipated due to the operation of the site as proposed. We see small increases in delay at study intersections, but no changes in traffic level of service due to the project. In regard to parking, the site will provide 161 parking stalls total, which is 21 short of calculated code requirements. As detailed in our study, based on projections of actual peak parking demands for this housing type, and again, a market, both of the parking demands for the senior housing as well as for the commercial portion of the site, what is provided is sufficient to meet the needs of the site at times of peak demand. So even when we look at them separately, the parking that is provided for the commercial portion on the site plan is adequate to meet their peak needs, and the portion of the parking that is provided for the senior housing on the site plan is adequate to meet their peak needs. A few things, obviously, from the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, one of the key concerns of the community is parking along East Shore Road. Currently, it's apparent there's a deficit for some of the businesses there. With this site being completely self-parked, we will not contribute to any parking deficit on East Shore Road. Furthermore, there was concern with the construction of the new driveway, resulting in loss of a few spaces that might be there now. If we look at the site currently, there's a rather wide access gate to the property, and that section of East Shore Road in front of that access gate is prohibited from parking. So essentially the section of East Shore Road right in front of that gate right now where parking is prohibited, will slide down to the location of the new driveway. So the location of the new driveway on the south side will not result in removal of existing parking. It'll just be relocated a little bit. At the northern driveway, it is possible that we lose one stall. I have to take a closer look at that when the time comes. All right. In closing, based on our detailed study, it is my professional opinion that the approval and operation of the site as proposed will not result in any significant negative impacts on traffic or parking conditions in the area of the site. I think the recommendation for a negative declaration from your traffic consultant based on their review confirms that, and I thank you for the opportunity, and I can answer any questions now or wait till the tail end.
Let me just ask you a question. Based on what I see on the lower part of your presentation, do I see 2 lanes going south on East Shore Road?
No, that's a good point, and I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to mention something. One of the graphics that was presented last week indicated a southbound right turn lane on East Shore Road into the site in what is now that parking lane that I referenced. That is not proposed. That parking will stay there.
So, see this, right?
Yeah, if you
So it's
look,
going to
the lane closest to the curb on this graphic is striped as a right turn lane. That is not what's proposed. That's in unfortunate. That'll remain a parking lane.
Okay, and then you can have I see that there's going southbound, there's a left turning lane, right? That's going where?
That lane actually extends. I'm not sure this graphic. Yeah. Sure, Joe.
Just so I can clarify, the renderings and the animation that the video we looked at earlier and the renderings that are done here are strictly architectural renderings for purpose of visualizing the building. When it comes to the specifics of the traffic patterns, and especially in this case, which are wholly outside of the site and outside of the property line, they're graphic representations as a complement
it
to
has
the
nothing to do
architecture.
with- okay.
Nothing to do with the reality of the project, and what you see in the VHB site plan and the parking study is truth in what is being proposed.
So when it's, so you did not, you're not proposing any changes to the flow of the road going southbound. You mentioned something as going northbound. You would like to add a left turning into this site.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, so just generally speaking, these images are about the architecture of the buildings and really nothing more.
Right,
Just I wanted to
okay.
clarify that.
All right.
Sorry, Pat.
Thank you, Joe. No, I don't think so. Well, yeah, there were some suggestions about access from H2M where we prohibited the left turns out of the northerly driveway, and we took a close look at the left turn movements in and out of the southern driveway. We had originally had an entering movement to the northerly driveway, which we now limit to the southerly driveway. So there's an existing striped median area and a left turn lane that leads into the BMW service center further south.
Right.
We will restripe the northern end of that to serve as a northbound left turn lane into our multi-use site.
Got it. And then from the northern, there are two driveways. One was the double driveway that is on the southern part of the project, and then there is one that was in the northern part.
Correct.
That's one car going and one car coming. It's two lanes, or it's only one lane.
The southern driveway is
Northern
the northern driveway is one lane outbound, right
only
turn.
outbound.
Correct, and right turn only.
And right turn only. Got it. Okay. And
Okay, that's there so we don't have a dead end aisle in front of the building.
Right, so you just go in, and then you can go in from the southbound, and then you can come out from the
Right.
northbound only going south.
And just to bring up another point that was raised, to the immediate west of that northerly driveway is the loading dock loading space area for the commercial building.
Okay. Okay. You guys have any questions on this?
Earlier, Mr. Bloom has said that there was a 60% building area, and I guess that he was only requesting 38, and then he talked about building coverage. What's the difference between building area and building coverage?
I'm going to have to refer to Paul.
It's what your code provides, is the only thing I can tell you.
I mean, is there a physical distinction between the two?
There are distinctions that you can make between impervious area, which means building in any other impervious areas, or building coverage or building area. Unfortunately, the code uses them interchangeably. And so when I'm reading one section, I'm reading what is in that section with respect to what the requirements are, and I'm reading a different section, and there's really It is only an indication that the code has not been written as a book from beginning to end. It's a constantly changing, and when provisions change, terminology is changing. Unless, Peter, you have a better response to that? Are there any other questions, Mr. Lenahan?
As far as traffic goes, I don't have any questions. You have any questions on traffic?
Okay.
Are we going to also present the site plan? I just want to make sure.
Yes,
You are.
we're going to do that now, and then I think you can open up to the public. Yeah.
Can you bring up the other image that you had on a moment ago? Yeah, perfect. So the site plan, interestingly, we usually do this first, but in this case, we looked at the video, which kind of inherently showed a lot of the spirit of what we're proposing, so we didn't formally walk through the site plan. So we'll do that now. I'll point to make this clearer. As Mr. Lanahan just explained, I think we have a pretty clear understanding of the ingress and the egress from within the site. But what you're looking at here, to simplify, the main point of access in and out of the site is this drive aisle right here in the southerly portion of the site and the access. What that does, it gives you a really beautiful sight line and a centrality as you enter upon the site, looking at what is kind of architecturally the center of this building. There's an immediate turn you can make into the lower level parking area, which services the retail component. As Pat explained, there is an egress opportunity there to avoid the dead end condition, which we like to avoid. Continuing up this drive aisle, this is where that slope comes into play, as we explained earlier. The natural grade of the site, the topography is naturally rising. And so as you rise up along the slope here, you're going from roughly elevation 12, 15, 20, up to about 35 at this high point. And that, in essence, is the roof of the retail building. So as we explained before, you drive up the drive aisle, you make the right into the surface lot here, at which point you are basically on the roof of the retail component of the site on a parking lot. All of the parking up here can serve as guest and visitor parking for the residential portion, can serve as retail parking. And the way this was designed, as you recall in the renderings, this is a one-story building along here at the lower level with its frontage facing East Shore Road. But there's this roof vestibule here, which serves to provide an access point from the upper level parking down into the lower level. So if you're shopping at the retail and there's no parking down here, and you wanted to come up and park in one of the stalls here, whether standard or accessible stalls, there's easy access into this indoor enclosed conditioned room. It's a small vestibule with elevators down into the retail component. So there's accessibility throughout the site and ease of access. Continuing up on that drive aisle, if you were not to make the right into the main surface lot, driving straight ahead, there's a covered drop-off area with a porte-cochere for the residential portion of the building. That also provides for a small turnaround, so people picking up or dropping off family would have a convenient loop here and then could make their way back out of the site. Or if you make the left turn, heading back south again along this easterly part of the property, you would go down a ramp that accesses the underground parking component underneath the residential part of the building. As was explained before, these are technically one building that are connected underground. The basement of this building connects directly into the retail level back here at that same elevation, but for all visual intents and purposes, they read entirely as two distinct buildings.
How many levels of underground parking are there?
Just one level.
Are there actual, I mean, I can't believe that the retail is actually connected to the residential without any walls. Is it door that is connecting it? There's nothing connecting
Structurally, they're connected as one building. They share a foundation, they share a slab, and there's a structural connection. There's no access between the two. So this is the frontage of the retail, this is the depth of the retail, perhaps this is their back of house, however that works. There's a wall here which demises the space to the lower level of the residential beyond.
But the single unitary building, one structure, is an important component of why we have addressed a local law, for example, allowing different uses in the same building that cross zoning lines. It also relates to the dimensional requirements of the building, because it's not two buildings for zoning purposes, it's a single building.
So if there are any other questions on the site plan, we're happy to go through it in more detail.
As far as the houses on the south side, I see a couple of them on the south side. Are they at the higher level? No, the houses, right, those houses, residential. They're on the lower side or higher side then? Is the slope going up or going down?
Generally speaking, the slope goes up, and especially if you're looking back on here. The slope rises as you head to the south in this direction, and that continues easterly around this area. So it is.
So those houses happen to be at a higher level than this building?
Generally speaking, yes, it's higher. Yes, so the lowest case condition to the rear of the building over here is furthest north, and that rise in elevation continues and wraps around now. So more on par with where the elevations of the higher houses to the south are.
I'm just interested to know what would those houses on Vista Hill see? Do they see the building? They don't really see the building?
In reality, they would see landscape screening like we would do in any project. Even if all of these buildings were on one flat site, there would be substantial landscape screening to buffer between them. So this particular house has a rather deep backyard, and then we have the additional setback, and there are some retaining walls. So yes, this house is sited above the lower level elevations of the proposed building. So you are looking over the terraced retaining walls, but in addition to that, there'll be evergreen plantings to hide that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Louis Massaro, Superintendent of Public Works. On that paper street, how wide is that paper street now? I would assume it's 50 feet, correct?
Pass.
It's not 50 feet, and interestingly enough, it widens as you approach East Shore Road, and narrows as you go further to the west.
Yeah, well, I asked for a reason, because most streets are 50-foot right-of-way. So even though it's on a hill and some of it's curved and the topography of the land is a little bit strange, my question for asking was, is there a possibility that we can maybe get a small municipal lot to leave some of the parking that is on the East Shore Road? Can we build that into a component of part of this project?
According to the topographic survey that I'm looking at right now, at East Shore Road, the width of the roadway is just over 26 feet. As soon as you get to the area behind the building, which is, I think, the cabinet shop, the roadway or the right-of-way narrows down. So I know that the area, which is just off East Shore Road, is currently being used for parking. And I think it's all associated, or mostly associated, with the cabinet shop. Because of the elevation differential, and I think the narrowness, I don't see how you can get any parking here whatsoever. I mean, the parking which is at East Shore Road to our north right now is just tandem and squeezed in. It's not organized parking. To be able to put in a backup aisle, to put in a standard size parking stall, and then taking into consideration the elevation, the steepness of the slope, I think it's wonderful for a natural setting.
Okay, no, I was just curious and asking, because my theory was that if you could pick up even 10 parking spots or 5 parking spots, I mean, anything helps. You're already doing the paving there, and I just thought that maybe it's something that we could talk about or explore at least.
On a practical basis, on a dimensional basis, I don't see how that can happen. And I think
No, I was just, like I said, I was just putting it out there to see if we can get something out of it. But fair enough. If it's not wide enough, it's just not wide enough.
It isn't. It isn't. As you know, a standard backup aisle is 24 feet to begin with. And so if you put even a 9 by parking stall, you're dead already. You don't even have more than 2 feet beyond the backup aisle.
Do you have any of the, I just wonder where you would bury all the dry wells?
Usually underground. No, I'm sorry. Is there somebody who can address that? Unfortunately, Dave Budakovsky, who is the person who is going to address this question and even the site question, is at home with his bout of COVID. And so the only thing I can suggest or state to the board is that this is going to be reviewed in detail by the building department, and I'm sure because it's a drainage issue, is going to also be reviewed by H2M, and we will obviously need to conform. The representation I can make to the board this evening is that we will conform 100% to the village's requirements as it relates to drainage. Drainage is going to be an interesting item because of the slope. We are in fact trying to control some of the slope with the areas that are being developed. But for the record, and we don't mind if it's a condition, but would anyway be a condition, we have to go to the building department. The plan is going to be reviewed by the building department. Plan is going to be reviewed by H2M. If we don't provide the appropriate storage and or diffusion of water on the site, we can't build a project.
Okay.
Paul, may I ask one more thing? It's not a parking lot. Would it be possible to make it like a park-like setting so that the people of the apartment complex there will maybe have a little bit of a greenery and area to sit?
It's tough. Really, it's just a very difficult site. First of all, where would the access come from? For the public to get there, they would have to go in the area which is now being used for parking by the cabinet shop. You're going to eliminate that? You're not going to take the access coming from West Terrace. You've got 2 houses up on West Terrace with whatever 20 some odd feet separation, which is part of the right of way, the paper street. Are you going to say to the people on West Terrace, hey, don't worry about it, we're going to put a park over here right through your 2 houses? I think that would have more of a response than my presentation. I don't think that is something that is desirable for the neighborhood.
Well, I don't think that leaving the thing just wild woods is something that would be looking nice to a brand new building as well.
The answer to you is life is tough. And the answer additionally to you is this is virgin land. This is the way it's been before you and your family and I and my family came to Great Neck. These are the original trees. These are the underbrush. It's just there. We have only a few portions of our peninsula that are totally untouched. I think it's best to leave it untouched. But all my environmental people are going to say, why did he say leave the place untouched?
But so I also believe that on that 65 feet of backyard, so to say, I'm sure they can design it with different levels.
It's going with the retaining walls. There's going to be levels. There's going to be sufficient surface water control on the property. That's a major engineering issue. I don't want to say it's a problem, because an engineer once told me there is nothing that can't be done. And I'm sure that the engineers will spend all of my clients' money to get it done the right way.
This has been shown to H2M. And they already have it.
That is correct. H2M is the site engineers who worked on this project. Believe me, had they said to us, there's no way that we can meet with the requirements of the village for retention of surface water, we wouldn't be standing here.
Okay.
Was it VHB that said that or H2M?
I'm
H2M
sorry,
was our engineer.
I'm sorry, VHB.
VHB.
VHB. By the way, I'm not quite sure to the extent that this hasn't also already been preliminarily reviewed by H2M in their comments.
That
They
is
had
my
all the
under-
plans.
That is my understanding.
Yes.
Any other questions, you guys? Is there anyone else who's giving a presentation?
The only thing I'd ask, since I don't know for sure, we're going to be hearing comments. We're going to be hearing comments from the people who are listening in. Has there been any comments that were sent into the board that I should be aware of?
We did have a comment in support of the project from a resident at 43 Allenwood. He was a senior who said that he would like to be able to stay in the neighborhood for a 55 plus.
The gentleman that came last time, disabilities requested already.
Okay, all right.
Is that the only letter?
That we received, yeah.
Okay. I guess we could go, since it's favorable, I'll ask that it be made part of the record.
Okay. Anybody here has comments to make? Yes. Whoa, everybody. Okay. The lady in the back.
Can I come up?
Yes, please.
Just for the people on Zoom, we're gonna take the people here first, and then we'll come to you guys. I'll announce when we're ready for the people.
Do me a favor, Brian, if you can ask them to actually send you the comments, so you can read the comments.
Okay, how about if you want to type the comments to me, send them to me, and I'll read them to the board and the public and the applicant in the meantime.
Amy Fang, 22 West Terrace Road. Do you mind pulling up that Google picture of the typography so you can see where my house is located? The one that has the site structure that you just went over? Perfect. So according to this image, right, there's a lots of evergreen, there's like a retention wall on the back and to this left side, but there's nothing happening on the right side. Why is that? There's a natural buffer, but from 5 months out of the year, I would see that building. My house is right next to it. So I would like to have greens planted so I don't have to see the building.
Which one is your house?
Right here.
That one?
Right.
There's no house there. There's no house there. That's the closest house.
Yeah, that's the house. So I see lots of green around this, which is great, so that these neighbors and the back neighbors don't have to see this house, see this building. I would like the green on this side.
Now the other question.
I don't know.
So what's the level of those houses in comparison to the building? The houses on the north side, are they on the higher level or the lower level? I think, from what I remember, they're much higher. No. That, yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you can see lots of greenery right now because it's summer. But 4 months out of the year, there's no trees. I mean, there's no leaves, right? So it's completely bare. I don't want to see this building. You have density of trees that doesn't cover anything. While they will have greenery around it.
We don't know about the elevation, so let's hold on one second.
From the information that I have here, unfortunately, I may be able on the topo. That's a Woolies Lane address? I'm sorry, West Terrace?
From what I remember, that's much higher.
I'm
Your
looking,
house
the
is
house
much
to the
higher
left.
than what it is.
It's higher than
To
probably
the
the
left,
left
if you
side.
were
Is that what
looking
you're
down
saying?
the hill on West Drive.
I used to live
Right in the
actually
bend.
you're
Yeah.
on which number?
22.
20. Oh, I used to be in 24. So it is, you can actually see, my house was much higher than that level. So you
If,
probably see just the tip of the building.
uh,
I'd rather not see anything. But
you can make a copy of this,
well, how tall is this building and which is where my backyard is?
the elevation that I'm seeing on this topo, which goes off the property and covers this area, shows elevations between 55 and elevation 60. The center of the building elevation is elevation 40. This is on the topo map. Now, the building is going to be built into the property, and the first level is at elevation 35. So I've got a first level at 35 compared to elevations, as I say, between 50 and 55 in the property next door. In fact, as you continue to go north, because I have to take into consideration the strip of the Woolies Lane, the elevation is 60. Again, I will make this part of the record, and I only have this one copy, but it is a topo. Okay, if I can, may be able to show you that. Going to the center of the property, we're at elevation 40. The house over here is somewhere between 50 and 55, and there's also that's the ground. That's the ground. And the 55 over here is the top of the slope. We're at, well, we're starting at 35, and we're going up to what would be elevation 80. Actually, elevation 70. Elevation 70 is the top of the here, and the ground is at elevation 53. Well, at elevation 50. Yeah, that's elevation 55. Well, we know that this distance is 23 feet, so when you are at this, that's 23. So you're at, yeah, we have another 15, yes, another 15 feet. And then, of course, you've got 23 feet. And it's at a higher elevation.
What is it in relation to this side? This side?
This side is higher.
This side's higher, and this.
No, this is always higher.
Right. So the property is here. There's trees around there. What is it in relation to my house? These houses I have here. You know,
The building is about 60% and the house is directly up here.
so it's closer to the building. Is that what it is?
Right behind it.
So that's all I'm doing.
That's right.
Okay, I will some trees if you can. That's all I'm requesting. Really, that's
I will say that I don't think a tree. I don't think on a practical basis say, oh, I won't plant a tree because I don't want to expend the money or my client's money. Bottom line is, I'm not quite sure where the tree goes because there's no room on the property, on our property, to put in any tree along that area.
Okay.
So I think it's a practical issue.
Any other questions? Yes.
Alfred Nissan, 269 East Shore Road. Okay, first question is for you, my friend.
No, just address to us.
Okay,
And to the mic, please.
microphone, okay. I think there is a mistake here. He said that most of the cars there belong to the cabinet guy. So
No, he didn't say that. No,
well, he did say
Did
that.
he say that?
Okay, on a paper road.
Oh.
So I've been here maybe 2 years ago, and I was very specific about the paper road because obviously I have the cabinet shop, and I couldn't do a cabinet shop. I cannot get more material. One of the gifts, they asked for 8 gifts today, in the end of the story, he said that he asking for 8 different things, which is basically 8 different gifts that he wants. He wants to get now part of the portion of the paper road. I want to understand better about that.
Did you say that?
I did not ask for
No,
that.
okay,
In
so-
fact, I was very
okay.
defensive.
Paul, right, so I think one thing you
Yeah.
misunderstood. He asked for that road to be used for parking. He said no.
Okay, so
it's-
why he
it's
said
to your
that?
benefit.
He said that what I understood that the paper road is part that they want to take a couple of feet.
No.
So what's going to
No,
happen with the
what he
paper road?
said-
100% correct. I was asking if he can make it into a municipal lot. And Mr.
Helping
Boone
me?
had
Alright.
responded to me that there was not
What
enough
he
space
said
there,
actually
and
was
he
to
would
your
like to
benefit.
leave it as natural land. He didn't want to do anything there, not even a park. He didn't want to touch the land at
Listen,
all.
what
Saying
happened
there's
was
not
to your
enough room.
benefit, so
All right. Now, what about parking? He said that we're going to lose one parking spot. It doesn't look to me with the picture, at least that they showed. Last meetings that we were here, they said that they're going to adjust the pictures because you don't see through the whole structure of 265 or whatever from the north to the south. There is no parking anymore. That's all been taken.
Well, you see, one of the things you have to realize is that they are not going to add to the number of cars that are going to park on the street.
No, I understand that, but they're
So
going to
they-
use
but-
it.
But they are not. You see, the thing is, I don't know if we can ask people to say, you know what, there's a problem here. We can. There's a problem here that is caused by all the other businesses. Now that you're coming, I want you to solve all the problems. I don't think that's what we're doing. One of the things they are not doing, they're not actually subtracting. Maybe based on what I heard, maybe one car, maybe removed.
Not by what you see in a picture.
But he said that the picture is not.
Yeah, but he said last week that he'll bring a new correction. He said that
But
we will
it's not.
see
But
some
it's
more.
not part of the plan to remove anything except the entrance to the
Yeah,
building.
on the north side.
On the north side, there's
Right.
going to be what he said. One car may be deleted. One parking spot may be deleted.
Maybe. I still think that there's a lot of traffic going to be here. Now there's plenty and there's going to be a lot more. And it's your guys'
Right.
decision,
Do
I
you
guess.
think the traffic is going to be because of this project, or do you think
Listen,
the traffic is because of something else?
This gentleman was saying that a senior home does not require, but in a senior home there are people that are going to be working. They're going to come at 8 o'clock in the morning, exactly the hours that everybody.
No, senior home. That's not a senior. That's not a senior. It's not. It's 55 and above, and there's a difference between independent living and assisted living. Assisted living, you have people that come to work. Independent living is like any other apartment.
Yeah, but eventually, I mean, anyhow, I know what's going to happen. You all know what's going to happen, and you've been around Isha Road. You saw it is, and nobody going to solve the problems. It's just going to be more cars.
So let me ask you a question. What is your solution?
My solution, the project is beautiful, but I think that you guys have to
We
think
should put a
about.
parking spot there. Parking
I
lot.
think no, but you should give us some parking, some
Why?
parking to people that come to the businesses. You know, I got customers that don't park. They park all the way on Ravine, or they try to go into the medical center to park and walk. Because all the body shop putting all the cars out every morning. BMW put all the cars out. There's no place for us to park. There's no customer. I'm not saying if the project is bad. It's good. But figure something to give X amount of more parking to the neighborhood. That's
Okay.
my opinion.
That's
I mean,
If we gave more parking to the neighborhood, the body shops would take more spots.
well, listen, when BMW opened up, BMW made an agreement. That's what I heard. I didn't see it in my eyes, that they're going to have providing spots for all of the employees. There are 45 to 50 employees there. They're all running around the street and putting cars. You go
Well,
there in
that's
the morning.
something that needs to be addressed by the court and parking enforcement. I have to see how we can do it. Maybe we can decrease the number of hours that people can park.
They
instead of being 2
rotate.
hours.
You did it already. They did it. There's no room to park.
Right. Okay.
That's why, Mayor, I was asking if
You can't put it there.
If there's no room, there's no room.
Right.
Also, I remember in the previous administration, they were looking at that little, I believe it was a pentagon-shaped property behind the cabinet. And it's just too steep to
You
get
can't
up.
do it that way. We thought about it.
Well, you know, just to clarify myself, I was thinking if they came in through the back of the landing of the back part of the building there, and then they can access it through there, because that, I assume whatever storefronts are gonna be there are gonna need some parking for their employees as well, and then the village would be able to give them permitted parking in their little, whatever, 5, 10 car lot that was there.
Yeah.
Well, and then, you know, the top part of the hill, you would just leave with some little greenery, I don't know,
We're gonna
call
be-
it a dog walking park or whatever.
We're gonna be addressing, the parking issue also.
My concern is that once this beautiful building is built, then people are gonna start saying, well, look at the village, why aren't they cleaning up their area? Meaning this paper street and Paul is right, that's been like that as long as any of us in this room has been around here. But it's just pushing it down the road to clean it up, and unfortunately, it's really not his responsibility to clean up the village property.
Maria D'Amelio, 320 East Shore Road. Lived there since 1984. The traffic situation between 2:30 and 5:30, 6 o'clock Monday to Friday, especially during school time, is unbelievable on East Shore Road, heading south. That's a problem we incur every day. Parking is an issue for a lot of the businesses currently doing business on East Shore Road. I see them parking on the side streets off of Vista or off of Ravine constantly, whether it's the post office or BMW, whatever. I want to know if this building is going to be a pet-friendly building, because with Avalon and its pet-friendly status, I'm not saying all of them, a lot of them love their animals and clean up after them, but the majority do not. They're also not curbing their dog, or they're using Ravine Park where it clearly says no dogs are allowed, and they let their dogs loose because it's a lovely park. So we have some issues with that currently, and have had it since Avalon has moved in. Let me see. Are they expecting that this 55 and over complex become a pet-friendly building? Obviously, that's going to add to the current problems we have now. So all I've been hearing since living there is there not enough parking on East Shore Road. People are finding whatever place they can go to, and it's something that we have to address. Okay, thank you so much.
The Ravine Park does not. They take the dogs, but they don't clean after the dogs? Okay.
But we don't know if they're coming from Avalon or not.
I do, I see it, I patrol the area all day long. Some are coming from the homes, but the majority are coming from Avalon. I'm sorry, Bert, Art. On the amount of apartments they're referring to, 63, anywhere from 1 to 3 bedrooms. Generally, it's like 2 cars per household. Is there any provision for visitors coming to this building? Visitors parking? And also retail space?
They addressed that last time.
Okay, so is there enough parking for people? I guess outside people can go and utilize whatever retail businesses are there, correct?
Yes.
So we can go, okay.
That was all addressed.
So visitors parking, there's some in the residential area too? Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I see everybody, we'll get to everybody in a moment.
Good evening, Norman Rudda, 299 East Shore Road. How are you? Of course, I echo much of the sentiments. As an aside, some people walking their dogs have had their dogs go in my parking lot, which is a covered lot, so somebody has to clean it up. It's not on dirt, doesn't wash away with the rain. So there are more animals in the area as of late. I don't trace them to see where they come from, but it's something that's developed since the Avalon was built, so I just make the causal connection. Concerning the retail space, 13,500 feet, 68 parking spots for that. I'm not sure what your requirements are. It just doesn't seem like much. For my office building, which is half as much, I have roughly half as much spots. Retail is obviously much busier going in and out. I think coming back to the parking, there was some comment, the parking.
Just a quick question. What kind of an office do you have?
It's general, there's professional offices, real estate offices.
And how many tenants?
I wish I had more. I'm half empty or half full, depending how you look at it.
Okay.
So I have 7 doors, 7,000 feet.
And how many people work there?
Well, see,
roughly?
the building, unfortunately, because of parking, I have trouble renting space because people come in and say, we need space in the lot. And I say, look, I can only ration to you X amount of spaces, and then you have to go on the street. And they say, where? So I'm very constrained. People, it's not desirable for people to come because they don't have places for their employees to come. So it's been an issue in my renting. That's why I'm half empty.
But what? So
In theory, I should have 3 spots per 1,000 feet. I should have like 25 spots. I have about 35 spots, but it's simply not enough.
But you see, if you have 35 spots and you have 30 employees, then you're not going to have enough for people to park when they come in to visit.
Well, then people come to visit the building. You just have to trust me that there's not enough parking for the building because there's no street parking to supplement it, period. When people come to...
something I'm missing. Is there supposed to be street parking to supplement buildings, or buildings have to be self-sufficient?
Well, this building has been there for a long time.
Right? Buildings have to be self-sufficient?
I don't know that.
I think that's what the code says.
But what happens when the lot is full? There's not a single spot, meaning that street doesn't exist for me. I get to pay taxes. I don't get anyone coming to the building doesn't have a right to park on the street. Well, but that's the implication. It sure is.
No, you get to compete
No,
for the spots.
but the thing is...
But there are none, because the BMW guys come in the morning.
That's a problem with that particular
Right, but
use.
which is a
That's
problem
the
we're
problem with
living
that
with.
use.
So what I'm suggesting to you is, something has to go in this location. It would be nice, and yes, they can't solve all the problems for the neighborhood, but the village, in giving its incentives, has listed incentives, and I looked at what you're giving them, because they're going to clean and remediate the site. They're going to put it on the tax rolls. They're going to build. The incentives, what they're providing in return for all the changes you're making, is they're going to put up a building. They're not giving back anything to the local community. Wouldn't it be nice if there were some spots within there that's public parking?
Norman, see, I disagree in one respect, okay? They have the right to build 95 units, something like that, on this lot.
No, but I started...
93 units.
Bart, I started talking about the retail, because retail is a much more intense use. When Wallbaum's was there, and they had several hundred spots, that was enough because they were empty.
But compared to what they could be building there, okay? They're doing much less of a use of that property.
The underground spots that are for the tenants are irrelevant to anyone on the street.
And they're providing adequate spots for their retail. They're providing
I'm trying to question that if you'd let me finish. 68 spots for 13,500 feet of retail.
That's a lot of spots.
No, 48 for retail.
again, the numbers are flying around, so,
63 for the apartments, 48 for retail.
no, it's,
No.
no, I
It's
think it
not
was 60, I think it was 60.
63 apartments, 114 parking stalls, 48 is for retail. That's what I wrote.
Okay. It's not enough. Clearly, those people will also be on the street. Look, this is your very narrow window, as you're about to approve this, to try to do it in a way that certainly doesn't impact more that the people already there, and maybe to ameliorate some of the situation. Once you approve this, the ship has sailed. So, okay. So, when you have grocery type of stores, which is the most intense use that they've been talking about, clearly it's going to be more than the 13,500 feet, which is a decent-sized store. You're going to have more use than 68 spots.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
By the way, including their employees.
Right. So, I don't want to have a question back and forth, but just to make things clear. So you're saying people who want to come to your office don't want to park in the street because they don't want to walk, but...
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said is people that come to our office, that people who come to our building, if they're visitors, and there are no available spots because the people that are in the building have the spots, and some of them already have visitors, are unable to find any street parking whatsoever.
Okay. Right. So you are saying that they can't find parking, but people that are going to visit the grocery store are going to find parking in the streets, or are willing to park in the parking? If I'm, you understand what I'm saying?
No,
Right.
you
So
got
let
me all
repeat
confused.
myself. You are saying that there's not enough parking in your
No,
building.
that's not my point.
Let me finish.
The street parking is the problem, and
Right.
you're making it that it's a problem in my building. It's not at all. My building, unfortunately, I have spots because I can't rent space because there's no room for visitors to generally come once I allocate the spots out.
Right. So you're saying that there is not enough parking spots in the building, so people have to park in the streets.
When
But
you're
they-
full.
When they're full, right? That's what you said.
If I were to be full,
When you're at capacity.
But you're
Right.
at capacity. You're saying that there's not enough parking in your building. That's
right,
what I'm hearing.
not even for a car, not for one.
Okay. And people have to park in the street, but there is no parking in the street.
That's true.
Correct. Okay. So if this building comes, you're saying that because of the retail, people are going to park in the street.
It'll get worse, not better.
No one that I can think in their normal mind is going to park to go shopping their cars a block away to come to the store. It doesn't make sense. So if anything, they're going to lose customers.
People are
aren't going
parking now on Ravine Road up on 2nd Street. People are walking
So
a
you're
block and a
telling me
half
that
to get a
people are
spot.
going to park on Ravine Road and they walk with their shopping
Listen,
cart? But they're not.
this young lady is walking from 2 blocks away.
Right.
People,
to do
people, if she's going to walk to go shopping, then she'll be coming from 2 blocks away. People will park if they need the amenity.
What? Right.
You're saying no one's going to park and they'll go somewhere else.
I just believe that the issue has risen because of the BMW and other cars shops that are around.
Well, it's been exacerbated, but the gentleman mentioned that he's going to say, well, we'll make a left turning lane. The people wait very patiently. It's only 2 spots per minute. And some are going to go left, some are going to go right, some are going to go south, some are going to go north. Where are you going to carve a spot out? Right now, if you look at the site plan, and you have the BMW, you have the BMW
Across the street.
across the street over here. These people coming and going, if you carve out another, there's no, right now, the cars are right up against each other with the parking on either side. There's no room to carve out a lane unless you eliminate the parking lane. It just doesn't exist. I'd like to see a street plan with the proposed traffic cut. Ultimately, you're going to need a traffic light there because 168 spots, 2 cars a minute at peak, with cars coming in both directions, south and north, you're going to need some sort of traffic control. Even at the other end by the BMW and across from Gregory's, you have a traffic light now for less, well, it's probably equal intensive use, where they don't always wait. By the way, and at the northern end of BMW, where there's a gate, which was promised that they would not use it, it was supposed to be for emergency use only, that they come out and make turns left going south as against traffic. They go across the northbound traffic and go into the southern lane from that lane, so there's no control. I brought this up a few times, and someone on the board has said to me, well, that we don't control that. We don't do the traffic signs. But the problem is you do approve the use of the property, which is then going to lead to the traffic. And someone should plan for where that lane that was discussed. And honestly, I'm not saying anything about VHB, but the detail that I would have expected in a traffic study seemed very vague in general. Oh, don't worry, it's fine. Worst 2 cars based on this use. I didn't hear any empirical type of knowledge or numbers in what went into it, other than this is less bad than others. There's going to be cars coming there. 168 spots generates a few cars coming out. They don't necessarily come out equally spaced. Sometimes you're going to have 2 or 3 cars coming in a row against oncoming traffic. So I really think the traffic study should be critically looked at by you and not just accepted with platitudes of don't worry about it. It's going to be fine because we're going to set up a turning lane, which doesn't exist where there's no place to put it. Let me move on. But I'd like you to consider that. Along the way, you had easements on the property on Ravine Road where there was drainage, and now those easements are being removed or have been removed as part of doing this project.
On Ravine Road?
Ravine Road?
On Ravine Road, the property that, I don't know the street number.
You're talking about Vista?
You're right, Vista Hill.
yeah.
Vista Hill, yes. So on Vista Hill, you would remove the easement because you had an easement for drainage, and now you're saying it's not a problem. How'd you determine that? Where's the water going to go? You did raise the point, with all this paved impervious area that you're about to put in, the water has to go somewhere. And yes, it won't get approved unless there's going to be dry wells somewhere. But you've already allowed more impervious area, and that's going to be a critical part of this.
You see, one of the things people don't realize is when you have no building, you have no dry wells. When you have no dry wells, all that water, when it rains, the whole thing gets washed out. It doesn't get necessarily
absorbed
right away.
Because of the pitch.
Right.
Comes
So,
right in.
Oh, I've seen the waters come down like torrents. Sorry.
Right. If you do anything, it's actually going to help. And there have been many places that had bad drainage, and after they built, actually the drainage got a lot better because now they have a dry well. So I don't think, again, I haven't seen it, and I don't know if Steve has seen it. Have you seen anything like?
I've seen some proposals.
Right.
Could I clear this up?
Yeah.
I was just told by VHB that there is, in fact, a detailed drainage plan that was submitted and reviewed by H2M. Not only was it reviewed by H2M, the system is a storm trap system designed to collect and store 8 inches of rainfall. It was approved by H2M in the plans that were provided.
Okay.
That's above and beyond the village requirement.
Excuse me?
That's above the village
The
requirement.
village only requires 3 inches, they went with 8 inches.
We went with 8 inches.
Okay.
Just a question on the site. Where's the mechanical for the building? It's not on the roof. In other words, the air conditioning, any other noisy equipment. Where's that going to be sited within the building?
That's the architect.
Joe.
If I might, there are a whole slew of questions here. If we're going to wind up in a back and forth, can we get all the questions? And
That's
we'll
fine.
respond to them all?
That's okay. Yes. Right. We can.
Ask
That's
all
why
the
I wanted to have it at the end. Go ahead.
concerning the use of the amenity on the roof, for the rooftop as well, is that going to be enclosed? Or is that going to be open to the outside so that noise
They
will
have
travel?
not come to us yet, so we don't know.
Right, well, that's what they're asking for. Concerning the loading area in the retail, again, I was a little confused by it, not sure which. I think now the gentleman pointed out that the loading is over here.
No,
It's
to the
over,
right.
it's over here.
Yeah.
If it's over there and the truck's back up, this egress lane is going to be blocked for any decent-sized truck. Matter of fact, now the trucks often extend out into the road. This isn't deep enough.
That egress is not, but that egress is not germane to the parking area. That egress was added so as not to create a dead.
It's going to block the road. If a truck is here, it sticks out onto East Shore Road because this is too shallow.
That's not
Well,
too shallow.
you're an engineer?
No.
This is going, if you take a tractor-trailer truck, it will certainly not fit over here.
Okay. Next question. That'll be addressed. It'll be addressed. It's not being,
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'd rather not debate if I'm told that I have to present all my questions and then you're
No, no.
interrupting me.
That's fine.
You know, because you know better. It just appears that a tractor trailer wouldn't go in there, so I'll let the experts answer that. Question about the waterfront district. Does that cover the other side of the road? Or right now, there is a waterfront district existing along East Shore Road, correct?
In Zone G?
I don't think it's what you call Zone G. I know there was a special waterfront district
G.
that. So I thought that Zone G indicates density and height, doesn't it? So I know the waterfront district itself has its own requirements in terms of height and density. So is this zoning supersede the waterfront district?
Supersede?
Yeah, in other words, the
Meaning
waterfront
like you
district
can
has its
build
own set of
more?
requirements. So,
Does it have special requirements?
yeah, waterfront district, I'm looking at your
Yes, but
code.
I think one of the 4 local laws put before you would rezone the property to G in that
So that's-
western section.
So then it's not waterfront anymore?
It would
It
be Zone
becomes
G,
waterfront.
that's correct.
Okay, because in waterfront, there's a height restriction of 2 stories, there's a loading restriction of not nearer than 20 feet from any street. That's why I'm asking you, this is outside now of the waterfront district?
The waterfront district is only 2-story high?
You know, the residence area would be in G, the commercial area will be in the mixed use.
Right.
So then it's no longer the waterfront district, even though it's close to the water?
I believe it's currently mixed use and would remain mixed use.
Okay. Question on the height of the building. So they're starting at an elevation of 35 feet above street level, and then they're going 45 feet for a total of 80 feet. Does the underground parking count in terms of the building height, or does it start at the parking deck? So that's just another question on the list, but you'll get back to it. Again, final comment. The traffic and parking and flow on East Shore Road is a problem. This board seems to feel that it's not that big a problem, or that the parking issue is created by others, so you don't have to address it. But you're exacerbating it in some way when you allow a little bit of push out in the side yard setbacks, the building height. Yes, perhaps they could put more apartments there. So maybe they're not doing the maximum density in that way. But the fact is, you're going to have cars with the retail as well. If the retail wasn't involved, it would be a very different animal, the additional traffic and loss of spots are going to further impact. But if you can, I would like you to come back to the questions I've asked. I'll sit down or get my answers.
Okay, I'm going to ask the council to answer. Any other questions? If you have questions on the,
You have to wait till after everyone else asks questions, get my answers.
because they may be the same question, so I just want to get everything.
Well, they really won't ask it.
Yes, you can sit down until we get all the questions.
So you're just not answering my questions.
I didn't say that. I said I'll get all the questions and I'll answer your questions.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Do you want to get your questions and then leave? Is that the issue?
No,
All right, so we're getting all the questions, and I'm going to answer all the questions, so I don't have to go back and forth multiple times.
Okay, there's quite a lot of comments here, so. Okay, so we had some comments about the west views, the rear view of the building. Will the retaining wall be planted or have levels where trees can grow? How deep is the parking lot? How deep were, oops, sorry. Okay, sorry about that, it's just moving as more people comment. How deep were the tests for the safety of the underground materials? Please remember this is was a sewage plant, lots of dangerous chemicals, testing. Can you make a left turn out of the parking lot? Traffic light will be needed. Concerns about the traffic on East Shore Road with regards to the left turn in and out of the property, and especially where they are BMW cars being offloaded from the trailers. Concerned with the parking, especially with what they're hearing about the parking issues on Second Road. That the workers from East Shore Road are parking there during the workday. Thinking that they're hearing concerns about the parking and businesses. More parking. What is the driveway grade from the top parking lot down to the commercial building? How high is the retaining wall behind the building? And how far will it stretch across the entire lot? Has anyone looked at 233 East Shore Road and their retaining wall and water issues? They want to see side elevations of the sight lines, the skyline. Let's see. So somebody was asking for clarification if this is for seniors. If they rented an apartment, would they be allowed to have their kids and grandchildren live with them? Again, another question on 55 over. What if they have kids? Can kids live there too? And then if so, what's the impact on the schools, if any? And a comment about the traffic study being done during the summer when school is out. So it didn't capture the traffic that during the school year. They're discussing. Questions about where the garbage is going to be picked up and how, and as far as where the trucks will be. I'm assuming that's where the garbage will be picked up for deliveries. Clarification on the height of the retaining wall and building something, the ground level of my house. The resident at 51 Vista Hill, clarification of the height of the retaining wall and building, I guess, from the ground level of their house there. And I do see that people want to make comments, Mayor, from,
They do want to make, they don't want to put the comments on?
I see a couple of people raising their hand that they would like to make comments.
Okay.
Okay. Deanne, do you have a comment still? I see your mom's gone. Okay. Okay. No, that's okay. Karen, I see you waiting patiently with your hand up. Unmute yourself, Karen, please.
Thank you. You kind of paraphrased what I wrote on the
Yeah.
with the pause later. That was not very well paraphrased. One of my concerns was that at the top of tonight's meeting, we heard that people from East Shore Road are parking on very small second roads, which I wasn't aware of, and now we're hearing people are parking on Ravine Road. So a concern I might have is that if we have this block for retail, what's going to keep the people from BMW from parking on this property, and then when people want to go visit residents or go to the shops, that they won't be able to find parking there. I think that's a problem. So, and also, the traffic study hearing that was held in the summer, and also hearing that the highest time that the road is trafficked is on a Saturday, considering where we're living, I thought that was kind of strange also. So that was my major concern, is that the parking on the property would be infiltrated by workers from East Shore Road. And that would impact anybody that wants to use the retail space.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say that to the public in case they didn't hear that. The common question was they're concerned about the workers who are currently on East Shore Road would be utilizing the parking lot of the new development. So there's a concern about that also.
And again, I would also ask for a municipal lot. We've heard that's not a possibility, but if the retail space could be made smaller and if the village can retain a piece of the property for a permitted lot for workers, we can get some revenue from these permits, but I don't know if all the property has been sold. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Amy, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Amy. Go ahead, Amy. Unmute yourself, Amy. If you're talking. Amy, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please. There we go. Anybody else? Okay, I don't have anybody else now.
Okay.
Is that for the question?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we have.
Okay. You mind if I grab that? There might be a few things for you to started.
Couple.
Okay. I took notes as best I could to track those questions, and the easy answer is that the answers to the vast majority of these questions are, I think, thoroughly represented in the submission that we have. So if you look in the architectural drawings, you will see on the roof plan that the residential building in the back does have a space allocated for rooftop equipment and mechanical conditioning, air conditioning equipment that is screened so it's not seen from the building, and it would be screened to not be seen from the rear. So that is allocated and planned for. The comment on the loading dock, I think, was also misconstrued, and it probably, there wasn't an understanding of the drawings. If you do look in the architectural plans and the architectural site plan, the loading dock portion, and you could see it a little bit in the bottom of that rendering, the loading dock goes into the building, so there's plenty of room for a truck to actually back into the footprint of the building without obstructing the traffic or the parking lanes in any way.
On the right side.
Right. And again, these are beautiful renderings. We're proud of these, and they really visualize the building well, but there were architectural and civil engineering drawings as a part of this package that inform all of this in some good detail. So the loading dock would not be an issue. It's fully accounted for. There was a question on the usage of the roof deck. Again, the roof plan does show what's intended to be a passive roof deck. It'll be artificial turf, some planters, some wood decking. No parties, no dance parties. It's going to be a place to go and sit and read a book and get some fresh air. It's expected to be a passive, not very active use for the residents of the building to use. The question on the building height, again, this is shown in the drawings. It's pretty clearly stated, but the measuring of the residential building as the height is calculated from the average grade around the building, which in this case is consistent with the first floor elevation of 35. So the underground parking element is wholly outside of that calculation because it's underground. It really, in no case would that be counted within the building height. There were comments about the retaining wall heights. Again, short answer, yes, these retaining walls are planned to be stepped and terraced, and they will be planted. There are several different quantities of walls and different heights of walls as it mitigates the varying elements of this grade. But specifically the question to the retaining wall to the south, and again, the engineering drawings go into great detail and explain a lot of this, but the wall to the south, in particular, the top of the wall transitions from about elevation 65 down to 49. So at the highest point there, that wall is almost 34 feet above the first floor of our building, so considerably higher. And again, the majority of views from that side would be looking either over the building or towards the upper floors. So elements of shadow and overcrowding and bulk and scale are really minimized by that height differential. There was a question about garbage. Again, if you look into the lower level floor plans of the retail building, there's a trash compactor. And I think the expectation is that there will be a carting company that comes in and removes compacted trash. So there's no other trash element that would be impacted by the residential component. You can see that. I think if you skip down a few sheets to the lower level plan. Yep. If you look right in here in the lower level plan, there's a compactor room with a trash chute that goes up and down the building. So a carting company would come in and remove carriages or however they operate it, so they get the trash out of the building. And while we have this open, if you want to skip down to the roof plan, I'll point out those other elements. Actually, I'm sorry. If you go back a moment. One more up. You can see here the loading dock actually carries itself back into the building. It's got to be 20, 25 feet, so a truck would actually back in and be almost wholly within the footprint of the building, not obstructing any parking or traffic. And if you could skip
Each parking stall is about 20 feet.
18, 19 feet. Right, so yeah, so this is 19 feet here, so
And
you
there's
got a truck that's 19 to there, plus an additional about 19, there's about 45 feet.
plus there's another layer, there's another stall of parking, another row of parking plus a driving lane.
Correct.
So you're talking at least 90 feet probably.
It's all been accounted for. And lastly, if you could just skip down to the roof plan, which Cindy perhaps the way the route plan has been designed, there's an area back here coming from mechanical, which is screened, so it's not really visible from most areas of the buildings. There's screening behind it, it's screened naturally in front by the walkway. And the concept of the roof terrace is this entire portion here, it's designed here as a series of planters, so a combination of concrete pavers and some wood decking. It's a place meant to rehabilitate some stuff like that. So there's really no active use.
So the mechanicals on the west side, could you go back? How are they screened from the west terrace?
On the back side here?
Yeah.
I mean, it's indicated here, you can see there's a small line, and there will obviously be a lot of development if the project moves ahead. But there would be screening elements of screen walls or planted walls of artificial type that would be mounted to the equipment or in front of it to hide it from view.
Okay.
I think the remaining questions were perhaps more about the parking and traffic,
traffic.
so I'll let Pat jump up here, but I'm happy to give it another go if there's further questions.
So,
Norman, did he get all of your questions?
Well, you actually did touch on my question about the mechanical, because they may be screened, but they're going to be at a height for the people on West Terrace where it may be intrusive to them. So
they're all within the height,
no, not in terms of sight, in terms of sound.
but they're
So
all
the
going to be
elevation-
screened.
So what's the elevation of where the mechanicals are relative to the people who live on West Terrace? Will they be facing and nearing those air conditioners?
May. William Sklar, VHB, environmental planner. So our environmental assessment includes a noise study. We did noise monitoring at 2 locations at the subject property to determine existing ambient noise levels. And we determined that the rooftop mechanical equipment would range from 27 to 32 decibels and would be substantially lower than existing ambient levels, which range from 53.6 decibels to 55.3 at the residential receptors. Additionally, stationary source sound would be well below the nighttime Village of Great Neck noise limit of 50 decibels. So we do not anticipate any noise impact due to the rooftop mechanical equipment.
My question is to VHB on the traffic. You mentioned things about entering and exiting the site from the northern and the southern entrance or exit site. So you're showing this to people who are asking for the sight lines. Okay, so I think somebody on Zoom asked. So the issue that I have is, not the issue, the question that I have when it comes to, I do believe that most people, when they come in, if they're going into their homes, they're coming from southbound, most likely, because that's the way you exit. You're coming southbound and you have to make a left. You're coming northbound, making a left into the building. The question was raised, and I need an explanation of how we can do, how the road needs to be designed in order not to back up the cars on the northbound if you have a car, even one car trying to get in to the building.
Sure. I have several copies of a graphic that is appended to the traffic impact study that shows a proposed traffic control plan for this section.
If you can share those.
Unfortunately, I don't have it in the electronics package.
Okay.
But I can hand them up to the board. I'm going to keep one for myself.
I think there was one point that was just made that needs to be emphasized. What you're looking at was attached as an exhibit to our traffic study which was reviewed by H2M, commented upon, and then modifications and revisions were made. So there was not only VHB's eyes on this, but the village's own engineers not only looked at it, but approved it.
No, Paul, that's understood. I haven't seen him. I just need
No,
to
no.
know.
I know you understood. I could see in your face when I was speaking, you understood that, but there were people who are asking questions who did not.
Right. So I think one of the reasons I asked to see them is because I need to understand, and hopefully, if I understand it, we can explain it to the people who are watching on Zoom and also the audience. I am looking here that on the southbound we are keeping again. Just going to show it here. I don't know if people can see it this way. On the southbound, we have one lane going south. On the northbound, we have, I think this is the northbound, we have this left turn that was added. And I think that's how they can get in to decrease the traffic. Norman, you said that this can't be, but we do have the plan.
Which I'd be nice to see.
Right, so it does exist. I mean, it's here. So that's one of the things. So I see that. I do see we do have this issue of people making illegal turns. I don't know what to tell people. I see it all the time on BMW. I see trucks just blocking all lanes, and I do see it because I travel there all the time. Unfortunately, having I don't want to start bashing BMW, but unfortunately, having stores like that and businesses like that does create significant amount of traffic. We are going to. I have spoken to Nassau County about looking into the traffic lights because I do know that there are 2 traffic lights in that area that are not synchronized, and those 2 not being synchronized create significant traffic going down when you're going southbound. I personally don't see it going northbound because I usually come home late, so I don't really see that. But I do see it going southbound. It's very prominent. As far as this, I don't think going northbound, making a turn into the building should be an issue. There is enough space, and I don't think there are going to be 100 cars getting in at the same time. I like to believe that VHB and H2M know what they're talking about. I'm not an engineer, and it does make sense.
Yeah, but the issue of making a left turn out of the building.
So that you can always put in no left turn, but it's like telling people don't speed. People speed.
Yeah, well.
As far as somebody mentioned, what happens if people from BMW or other businesses go and park on the parking lot for the business, the commercial area. I think one of the things that I have seen done in the plaza with that shopping center is that they do have people that come in and tow your car if you're not using their facility. So I do believe that that's up to the developer and the building owner to make those requests, and I'm sure they can charge a significant amount of money for towing those cars that are not supposed to be there. I don't think that should be an issue if the owners would like to make that a priority. As far as I still don't know how to answer the street parking that is being affected, not because of this building, but other buildings and other businesses. I don't know how to answer that yet. I don't know if we supposed to answer that. I understand it would be great to create more parking spots. But even if I could create, or we could create more parking spots, let's say we create 10 more parking spots, I think the only thing it would do maybe and again, I may be wrong, and I'm just saying it out loud, is that those people who are going to park all the way on, Second Street and Ravine and other places are just going to go park in the street sooner. So I don't have an answer. I really don't have an answer. You're asking for more parking unless we make the entire area into a parking lot. I don't know how we can really address the lack of parking that exists. Even if we could add 10 spots. You have a solution?
Well, I think you had mentioned at one meeting about perhaps putting meters.
Putting right. So those are right. So I agree. There are things that we may be able to do to put meters, and I think I discussed it with Bart. I think that's one area that I do believe meters would probably work. I don't think it would affect your business or the cabinet business because people are coming there. They're willing to pay $1 or so just to go see whomever they want to see. But I don't think that this could be done. BMW is not going to pay, or other. I don't want to keep calling BMW, that specific business, but any other business that is using this street for overtime. I think that's something that we probably need to address. Yes.
What about trying to get a bus service back? In the 80s, we had nice, well, it wasn't nice then, a nice bus service going back and forth. Right now, it's on Station Road going from Kings Point and Middle Neck Road and back to the train station. If they do something on East Shore Road, maybe BMW and some of those businesses, since they came by Bayside and a lot of them utilized the bus when they were working there, maybe they'll utilize the bus service if we institute one on East Shore Road. That might eliminate some of the
I can definitely that goes to Nassau County. I don't think that obviously has nothing to do with us, but I can bring the idea of bringing back the nice.
Yeah, I don't know what it'll
Listen,
do.
I
have to
do
park somewhere and
believe
take the
that.
bus.
Sorry.
You have to park somewhere and take the bus. I don't know where that's going to be.
Well, no, she's saying that they would probably just
Commute
come
on a
from.
bus?
Summer from the Bayside area, Queens area.
You're
that
thinking
used
they
to
commute
work
on a
for
bus?
BMW. Get on a bus.
I don't know.
We had it. It worked out fine then.
The other thing is, I don't know how much the bus is going to create traffic going up and slowing down to park and to stop, and the cars have. I don't know. I really don't know, and we should also take away some parking spots for the bus. The good points. I really think for now, what I think that could be done by us, obviously with the permission of counties, to put in parking meters. That would definitely alleviate some of your problems. I don't really think asking, not that I have a problem asking anyone to do what is the right thing to do. And believe me, I can tell you this. If I would think that adding 10 parking spots to the street would solve your problem, I would probably, push for it. But I don't even think adding 15 parking spots is going to solve the issue because all those are going to be picked up 6 o'clock in the morning. And I think you agree.
No, we need the parking meters, but today's parking meters also are very good at limiting overtime parking. So
Right.
So if you have a digital parking system, and somebody cannot keep feeding the meter all day because now their car is known, and if it's a limited time parking, then
Right.
an employee can't park for 8 hours on the street. It just wouldn't happen.
So there are parking. There are ones that are actually. It's in the cloud. You don't even need a parking
Right, that's
meter actually. So if you just park, you punch in your license plate number,
Park mobile.
and then you're allowed to park there for 2 hours. And after that, you're not allowed to park anywhere in that strip because you can get a ticket. So there are ways of doing it. Listen, there are ways of doing it, and you know what? We will. I can tell you, we were looking at Brian. If you can look into how we can install those, because I know that they are doing it. I believe in
the plaza.
I don't know if they're doing it in the
No,
plaza,
in the
but they're
plaza.
certainly doing it in Great Neck States.
No, but in the plaza, the parking lot behind the stores, in Gussack Plaza by CVS,
right?
You could use the parking app, the Park Mobile app, to park in that parking lot.
You can.
Yep.
Okay, but they have other parking
They have the other
meters
thing,
also.
they have the machine, but it's much easier to just do it on your phone.
Yeah, but I don't know if you have the machine, you can keep feeding it.
We don't need the machine, we'll just use
Right.
the.
Okay. I can promise you that we definitely look into it. But as far as other things you mentioned about asking them, I don't think it's going to really help your situation. As far as the traffic goes, again, like anything else, if people speed, you can ask the cops to be around in the areas that people speed, and hopefully they won't speed.
Yeah, and
People pass stop signs, people pass red lights, people make illegal U-turns.
Also, if you have a substantial residential on the block, and the most useful business for the residential component of East Shore Road would be a grocery store, would you not have a grocery store because it would bring traffic? It seems counterintuitive that that's exactly the kind of business that you'd want to have for the residents who live there. Maybe some of the other businesses there may not be as good a fit in, in our iteration of what we'd like to go there.
So there were a number of issues raised, and I tried to jot down all of them. So I will,
Okay.
if you'll allow me, I'll run through them. 299 East Shore Road. The gentleman was referring to the office building and how visitors were forced to park in the street, and there was no street parking available, and it's fairly obvious that East Shore Road has some issues right now. When we look at a retail site, we can't compare retail parking to office parking. The level of traffic activity does not correspond to the level of parking demand. It just doesn't. Folks coming to an office building, they pull in their spot at 8:30 and they stay there till 5 o'clock. Retail parking, based on the size of the building, because you're only in the building for a few minutes. It's not a large building. You're not going shopping for an hour. It's not wall bounce. Those parking spaces turn over and they're used over and over again all day long. So when we look at the parking demand for the commercial component of the site, of course, as we've said a bunch of times, we used market, which is the heaviest use for peak parking as well. And it's all detailed in the traffic study and reviewed by H2M. But to ensure that ourselves that we're not going to cause a problem, there's data about parking at markets based on square feet, and there are dozens of studies of real markets, what their peak parking is. So there's a range of peak parking demands at markets. You have markets that were counted that don't perform well. You have markets that were counted that perform very well. The data in the traffic study is based on a high-performing market. It's a statistical 85th percentile. In order to get a market that has more, that you're going to see more parking than is projected in the study, would be very unusual. And we're very comfortable with the level of parking that's going to be provided. The loading dock, I think Joe took care of. The other thing is tenants. The gentleman spoke to the problems about getting tenants in his office building because of a parking issue. The owner of this site, the Villadome folks, have every intention of being able to easily lease the space. And if we don't have enough parking, it'll be tougher to lease the space. So that's another indicator that we do have enough parking, just from a business perspective. Can you make the left turn out was another one, and then the potential for a traffic light. All the analysis that we've done, which includes the vagaries of traffic. The gentleman is right. Traffic is not smooth. Sometimes traffic comes in bunches. Then you have the analysis tools that we use to evaluate the left turn out accounts for that, and it shows us that the driveway will operate well. In terms of potentially providing a traffic light, there are, by law, certain thresholds of traffic that have to be met to qualify to install a traffic light. And it has to do with the exiting volume over the course of 4 hours, 8 hours, there's different what they call traffic signal warrants. This site will not meet them. In addition, the traffic signal would land, if we were to consider it, just a couple of 100 feet from the BMW traffic light. And that's not a situation we want to introduce either. You've talked about the fact of them being close together. Okay. The traffic study was not performed in the summer. It was, the date on the cover is July, but all the data that went into the traffic study was collected in November. Schools were open. You talked, Mr. Mayor, about, the potential of outsiders coming in and using the lot when they shouldn't be there, and I think you're correct. If it becomes a problem, it'll be policed by the owner. I think that was all the traffic parking questions.
Any other questions that we can think of they asked that hasn't been addressed?
That I use Saturday for a peak.
I'm sorry?
That you mentioned that you use Saturday as a peak study. And somebody mentioned that in this neighborhood that would not.
Well, when we look at, it depends on the land use. If it was an office land use, we would look at the AM and PM commuter peaks. That's when people are traveling to and from work. And we wouldn't bother looking at Saturday. Because we have a multi-use site, the residential component has a Saturday peak, and the commercial retail component has a Saturday peak. So just to close the whole circle and make sure we look at everything, there are land uses that can cause trouble on Saturday that you don't see during the week. So we looked at 3 peaks, not just Saturday. We included Saturday.
I know, yes. It was in November. It was during the school year.
To be honest, Saturday is usually not the peak where you find
Not in this neighborhood.
issues, pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
If we were building a very large retail center,
Mm-hmm.
we might cause a problem on Saturday, but not here.
Okay.
Pat, you prepared a detailed study that was reviewed by H2M. The study you prepared was based on empirical data. Was it not on actual counts that were made?
It was.
But this is not estimates. This is not ITE. These are actual counts that were made.
Correct, and the principles and procedures are accepted in the traffic engineering community as standard practice. New York State DOT, Nassau County DPW, and all the reviewing agencies are looking for the exact type of study we performed.
Any other questions that the board may have?
Your questions were answered, I believe. The questions that people asked on, it's covered. I think the traffic. Sam has another question?
Sam, go ahead, Sam.
I'm going to respond before Pat does. I thank Sam's response, which are all comments that are anecdotal, which totally conflict with the traffic study which was done in a scientific manner, reviewed by the village's consultants. They do not find, neither VHB in preparing their report, nor H2M reviewing, and then the comments and the changes, did not find the circumstances that we are hearing anecdotally. It doesn't exist. I think it's an exaggeration, but I don't want to get into a debate with you. You're quite welcome.
All right, so let's just.
I would like to address one other issue, unless there are more
I
questions.
think the 55 and above and children.
The answer to that is a 55 and above limitation with respect to age of those who can live in the building. As long as one of the people who are going to be tenants as couples, etc., is at least 55 years old, they can live in the building. The fact that there are 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms is not indicative that we're going to have people who are 55, 60 or thereabouts that are going to have 10 children in their 3-bedroom apartment. This project was designed with a...
So, just, okay, I'm going to have to mute you.
This project was designed with a specific market involved. That market is the downsize market for those people who are currently living in either the village in 15, 2,000, 2,500 square foot, 3,000 square foot houses, but it's also for those people who are living up the road in Kings Point who are living in 6 and 8 and 10,000 square foot houses who are now not desirable for them to continue to live in a house with just 2 people. But somebody who is living in a house, and I'm going to give you my anecdotal, good for Sam, my anecdotal, which is myself and my wife. I don't live in a 10 or 12,000 square foot house. I live in a house which is closer to 2,500 square feet. It's not a large house, but I have 4 bedrooms and I raise my children in that house. We're discussing, where do we go? And believe me, I'm over 55. Where do we go if we want to downsize, not have the house, going to a place where, one, we're not going to feel as if we're in an 800, 850, 900 square foot apartment? Where am I going to go and want to be within the community and still be able to enjoy living there? And maybe have one of my grandchildren sleep over once or twice, or whatever, and I'd be very happy if that's the case. But if I have a 3-bedroom, just as an example, I can have my office in one of those rooms. It doesn't have to have a bed in it. And the fact is, yes, is there a possibility that there will be a child, or 2 children, or 3 children in this building, or 5 children in this building? That's always a possibility. Not a probability, but a possibility. How is that going to affect, because the question was, how does it affect the schools? It doesn't. You've got schools which have grades from now pre-K to 12. If I have 5 children in this building, 6 children in this building, what is the impact of those 6 children over a 13-year span? I can tell you how this will in fact affect me, you, and everybody here who is a resident of the Village of Great Neck. This property is off the tax rolls. It has not had any tax assessment whatsoever. With this project in place, there will be, for the first time in more years than we want to think about, school tax, village tax, and general taxes paid. The school will be receiving tax payments. Now, just so that everybody is clear, that doesn't mean they get an extra $5 because we pay $5 in school taxes. What it means is that's $5 that doesn't have to come out of your pocket, my pocket, and everybody else's pocket. The schools will be able to handle a project which is geared towards an older generation without the fear or concern that, in fact, it's going to bring 40 children into the school district. It's not happening. And I will, though I really hesitate to say this, to be concerned about pet-friendly or not pet-friendly, well, if it's not pet-friendly, then I can't move there. The fact is, it's not a consideration for this board to take into their deliberations of how to vote on this, whether or not it's tax-friendly or not, whether or not my neighbor is picking up after their dog or not. That is not what this is here for.
So I think just to add, one of the reasons people obviously are worried about any development is number of students and what it's going to do to the school. In general, from what I see from the presentation, if there's going to be a number of students added to the school system, as far as the finances, the taxes that are being paid pays much more than the cost of those students to the school and to the taxpayers. So we are going to receive a lot more taxes than the expenses that these students are going to cost the taxpayers. So I think it's a win-win situation for the school because they will get more tax money out of this than obviously they're getting now, and also the cost that is going to be given to the school is going to be a lot less than the money that they will get. So I don't think that should be an issue.
I would like to address the other issue that was raised, and I will not do it directly, but I'm going to ask that we hear from William with respect to the environmental quote-unquote impact. And the answer I'm going to give to you is if VHB didn't think we had to go down 500 feet with a drill, and H2M didn't think we had to go down 500 feet with a drill, I don't think that the neighbors should be asking of why aren't we going down 500 feet with a drill. Now I'm being exaggerative here. Nobody said 500 feet. This property has been looked at by H2M. Excuse me, we'll start with the village. When there was a sewer plant, buildings, aerator tanks, etc. When the village demolished this property, I am confident, and I know the village, in fact, did what they had to do with respect to the soil quality and what contamination was on the site. And I know that tanks were removed, the below ground tanks were removed. I know there were pipes, below ground pipes that were removed. There were all pipes that were ultimately coming out, collection and also for distribution after the sewage was treated. The village did their job. We did our job. We had a separate independent environmental agency company come in and review and wrote reports on basis of a phase 1 and a phase 2. There were tests taken on the site. This is not, I'm coming in, and by the way, I want to build on a nuclear dump site. It never was. So, William?
Paul, you are correct. The village did decommission the property in the proper way when they decommissioned that sewer plant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think you pretty much covered it, but I'll just repeat. As you are aware, Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessments were prepared by Laurel Environmental to thoroughly evaluate subsurface conditions at the site. These included 8 test pits and 3 groundwater monitoring wells. These reports are summarized in our expanded environmental assessment, and they have been submitted for consideration by the board as part of our coordination with your environmental planning consultant, H2M. There are no open spills at or adjacent to the site. And with regard to the historic fill material comprehensive testing was performed, and no exceedances of NYSDEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, soil cleanup objectives were detected. The historic fill material, as well as any soils impacted by septic treatment activities that previously occurred at the property, will be segregated, stockpiled, and sampled for waste characterization parameters, and disposed of off-site at a licensed facility in accordance with all applicable regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more comment? Okay.
Karen, go ahead, Karen. Unmute yourself, please.
To hear that there might be children is totally disingenuous. We've been led to believe that this is a 55-plus community, and a 55-plus community means that there are no residents under 55.
That's not true.
Keep all of the two-bedrooms and three-bedroom units from being rented to families where there is a parent 55 years of old or older but has children. And yes, this will bring money to the school district, and that's a great thing. And it could bring money to the school district that just has residents 55 and over. But it does not address the overcrowding that exists in our schools. Currently, we are having overpopulation. Our schools are getting very, very crowded, and the money that this will bring to schools is not going to help build extra classrooms. With extra kids in this building and kids come to live here, that will add to traffic. With parents with the pickups and the taking kids, before school, after school, extracurriculars, that will make more traffic coming in and out of the place. So in general, this just seems very disingenuous to now hear there may be going to be children in this property. And also, I don't believe the school district is aware of this.
They are aware.
I think they're aware that there might be children here.
Yes.
Because if they were aware of that, I think the superintendent of business would be at this meeting. I really believe that he would be at this meeting to hear this. If he was aware that 55-plus
They were
communities
here.
might have children.
They were here before.
So Peter's going to make some clarifications.
Just so that the public is aware, a 55 or older senior community is actually defined in federal HUD regulations. On the HUD webpage, they summarize the regulations, which are more detailed, but they provide as follows, and I'm quoting, quote, in order to qualify for the 55 or older housing exemption, a facility or community must satisfy each of the following requirements. First, at least 80% of the units must have at least one occupant who is 55 years of age or older, and two, the facility or community must publish and adhere to policies and procedures that demonstrate the intent to operate as a 55 or older housing, and three, the facility or community must comply with HUD's regulatory requirements for age verification of residents, close quote. So a 55 or plus senior community does not mean that each and every person residing there must be over the age of 55. It means, as HUD has summarized, that 80% of the units must have at least one occupant that is over 55. That's the federal government's definition of a senior 55 plus community.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying what the federal government says, but I have a feeling that most people here in Great Neck, thinking that this is a 55 and older, and hearing this is a great place for me to downsize because I don't need my house anymore, that means every single person that's 55 has one person, and so 80% of the units or of the actual residents?
Units.
80% of the units must have at least one person who is over 55.
So then technically you can have a child in every one of these units if you have a parent that's 55.
I would say that is,
We'll have 63 children.
What's the purpose of encouraging?
I think that's statistically improbable.
Are you agreeing with me, public? I mean, this is what I thought we were getting, and now I'm hearing that, oh, there are kids,
I hear.
and now we have school buses, more school buses on East Shore Road.
Oh my God, kids.
I don't know. This is like totally blindsided to me
No.
at 11 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night. But I'm glad, thank you for this. So thank you for clarifying the federal guidelines, but I'm telling you right now, I don't believe there's a single resident of Great Neck that has used that data that this might have children in. Thank you very much.
other questions? Yes.
Concerning children, does the traffic flow allow for school buses?
We have school buses there from Avalon now.
No, but they
Within the building?
They come straight along, that's fronts right on East Shore, that's right on the road. This is set back, so if a bus would go up to the property up the hill, it's a very different, going in and out is much more complicated for a bus, unless they pick them up at the curb. My sense is that they would be picked up at the curb, but the site is designed to handle fire apparatus, so it would likely handle a school bus. But like I believe they'll be at the curb if they're there.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I know it's getting late. Couple of things to mention. One, to note. One, I know people would like to think that the board knows more than the engineers. If we did know more than the engineers, we would not hire them. What we do listen to what they have to say, and we try to make sense of it. Unfortunately, some of the things they say may not make sense just because we are not familiar with the terminologies. Some of us are not familiar with how the traffic works and how the flow works and when the studies should be done. But we do have to trust our experts, and we have two experts, VHB and H2M. H2M is hired by the village, and VHB is hired by the applicant. That they have done their due diligence to make sure that this place is going to be okay. I know that we had the same issues back when Avalon was getting approved. There were significant worries about traffic and what it's going to do to the traffic on East Shore Road. As far as the number of the students, I know Avalon has added about 30 students or so and has 191 units, and it's all for nobody, just regular apartments. This is 55 and above, and it's 63 or 65 units. 63 units. So it's going to create significant, if it's going to create any students, going to be significantly less. And it's going to be again over the 12 K through 12, which should not again cause significant effect on the on the school. I know that we had a meeting a while back. The students from Avalon don't go to Baker, which is more crowded. Now they go to JFK. I don't know if that's still true. I know that having two kids going to public school, they do change the locations of where the schools go to depending on the applicants and the capacity of different schools. I also believe that the amount of tax revenue will be significantly more than the effect of the students on the school, and it should be a positive balance, not negative. That said, I don't know if there's any other comments members of the board would like to make. They could not hear me from here? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm going to make the comments again. Did everybody hear me? I hope everybody heard me, but I do hear everybody's concern. I think the board hears you loud and clear, but again, from everything that we could think of to do in this area, this is probably the least that is going to concern the environment and the school. If anyone else has any comments, we hear it. Otherwise, we move on to
Mayor, if the board is ready to proceed, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. There is an order to these things in terms of the various approvals. First, I would just remind all of the attendees tonight that virtually all of the documents that have been referenced here have been posted on the website. Am I correct, Mr. Cohen? That includes the environmental material, the parking studies, all of those things. Uh, I'm corrected. Not the environmental, which would have included the parking studies, and not the parking studies. Available upon request in the building department. So they have been publicly available documents for some time now. And the environmental analysis that gets done, instead of doing an environmental analysis piece by piece, approval by approval, the entire package was studied as a package. And it has been recommended to the village by its own engineer, H2M, that this be deemed a negative impact. And so the first resolution that should come before the board is the CEQA resolution. That resolution, I believe, was posted on the website, has been available to the public, and that resolution is 2.5 pages long and has been before the board. With the board's permission, rather than read the entire resolution, which consists of principally whereas clauses, I would go to the end and say that the resolved clause is that a classification of unlisted is made with
Excuse me just for 1 second. It was just cut off for a little bit. Can you just...
Sure, I'll back up a bit.
Make sure everybody can hear it.
I was indicating that rather than an environmental assessment of each piece, each approval separately, one by one, an environmental assessment was done of the entire package of approvals and related local laws, and the village's own engineer, H2M, has recommended to this village board that as a package, this should be classified as an unlisted action under CEQA, and that the proposed action also have a declaration of negative significance. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with the CEQA terminology, there are basically 3 categories. There are type 2 categories, which sort of presume there's no negative environmental impact, and there's a list of things that are type 2. There's another list called type 1 that are presumed to have a negative impact. And then the third category is, it's not on the other 2 lists, it's unlisted. And that's what this category would be, unlisted. And then when you examine the environmental significance, it was determined not to have any significant negative impact on the environment. So the first resolution that the board may wish to adopt is the resolution that was on the website and available to this board, which concludes that a classification of unlisted be made with respect to the proposed approval of the application and a determination of negative significance made with respect to same. Is there a motion to that effect? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, by Trustee Hope, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So the project in its totality is declared to be unlisted with a negative declaration. My recommendation to the board is that you now deal with each of the 4 local laws that have been packaged in connection with this project. The first of which was the local law in connection with the permitted uses of the mixed-use zone. The board will recall that this was really a technical change to the law. The list of uses had inadvertently dropped out of the code. We're simply putting them back in. These are the same uses that were there before. The building department has acted as if the uses never inadvertently dropped out of the printed version of the code, but they did. We're putting them back in. Is there a motion to adopt that local law? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. The next is the local law that amends the village zoning map and has been discussed here quite extensively. Broadly speaking, it rezones much of the area currently zoned by B, Zone B in the property, to become Zone G with a different set of zoning regulations, and therefore amends the zoning map of the village to accomplish that. Is there a motion to adopt that local law? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. The next local law is the local law, which also was a technical amendment, and clarifies and incorporates into the code what the building department has been doing, which is to say that a building, a single building which crosses multiple zone lines, is permitted and may have a use and dimensional standards for each section of the building that complies with the zone in which it is located. Is there a motion to adopt that local law? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. And then there is the local law, which I addressed at the beginning of this evening, and on which this evening there was a public hearing, and that is to set a default expiration time of 1 year for a zoning incentive that is granted, but then ultimately winds up not being used. Is there a motion to adopt that local law? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Then there are a number of easements which we would be terminating. For example, there is an easement that burdened a portion of the property, requiring it to be used solely for residential purposes. And as the board knows, this is a mixed-use project of both residents and commercial. And that easement ran to the benefit of the village, and we are entitled to have it extinguished. And the applicant's title company has confirmed that they are satisfied with the language of this termination. Is there a motion to approve the termination of easement with respect to the restriction of solely residential purposes? And again, these are all documents that were on the website, and moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There was another restriction that a portion of these premises be maintained in their natural state, which would have precluded the project. And again, the board is in a position to extinguish that easement. Is there a motion to do so? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. Then there is a termination of an easement which would have restricted the property to be maintained free of structures and other impervious materials. Is there a motion to dispense with that easement? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Next is a somewhat lengthier resolution which grants all the various approvals, incentive adjustments, and code modifications that have been requested by the applicant. And this also recites the community benefit, which in this particular case, ordinarily there is a requirement for either a specific community benefit to be proffered, or if no community benefit can be found that is satisfactory, then the applicant is required to pay a fee that would be at least 15% of the differential between the value of the project with the incentive and the value of the project without the incentive. In this particular case, the applicant has estimated that the value of the incentives to the project were, as I recall, $500,000. The cash in lieu of community benefit is substantially more than 15%. They have proffered the sum of $100,000, which would be payable in 2 installments of $50,000 each. And of course, should the project for any reason not go forward and ultimately be abandoned for any particular reason, then there would be a refund of those monies to the applicant, since it would not be taking advantage of the incentives. And the grants that would be done, as were recited earlier, are as follows. There is architectural and site plan. A jurisdiction is both taken by this board and approval given for the architectural and site plan. There is also notation of the related legislative actions of the adoption of the local laws, and then there are incentive approvals of an incentive adjustment to 80 feet of the 68-foot elevation limitation currently contained in the code. There is an incentive adjustment to 14.2 feet on the north side of the property with respect to the 20-foot minimum side yard setback limitations. And there is an incentive adjustment to 65.5 feet of the 75-foot minimum rear yard depth limitation. And lastly, there is an incentive adjustment granting the roof terrace as has been described by the applicant. In addition to those incentive approvals, there are several modification approvals. The first of which is to allow for the proposed 161 parking spaces as reflected on the site plan And the board is authorized to adjust parking requirements in the mixed-use district to alleviate the parking for the proposed action of the plan as described by the applicant. There's also a modification of the maximum building coverage to 36% of the 35% limitation in the code, and there is a modification to 12.4 feet of the 15-foot side yard setback limitation in the code. And those are the several modifications. There is also approval for tandem parking on the project, and then there's approvals of certain covenants and restrictions that would be appended to this resolution, and those covenants and restrictions, in addition to the approval conditions of this board, actually run with the land and would be filed with the county clerk, and they include such things as the property not to be developed with a residential density greater than that which has been approved by this board in its resolution. The property shall not be developed with greater building height than approved by the board. It shall have a building height that does not violate the sight lines from West Terrace Road looking due east of Manhasset Bay, and it shall at all times be held and owned in single ownership, and shall be restricted to senior housing for the residential portion of the property, consistent with the requirements of 24 Code of Federal Regulations 100.300 through 100.308. And the covenants and restrictions are to run with the land and be binding upon the applicant and run to the benefit of the Village of Great Neck only. And that would be, as I said, appended to the master approval resolution. And that would conclude the adoption of that resolution with its appendage of approval of the declaration would be the last of the approvals. Is there a motion for approval of the master approval list, the master approval resolution, and its related declaration? Moved by Trustee Hope, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. And I believe, Mayor, that that concludes the approvals with respect to the Villadome project. I will add that the master approval resolution also incorporated as conditions any of the representations that were made by the applicant this evening with respect to various matters that were questions that were asked, answers that were given, etc. Thank you very much. Mr. Bloom, did those approvals cover everything that you and I have been discussing for the last several weeks?
Yes, it has, but in hearing what was stated with respect to the covenants, we have no difficulty with that, but I believe that there was a contractual limitation with respect to the length of time that it would be.
You are correct, Mr. Bloom. It's 10 years from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So it is a minimum period of time, but theoretically, after 10 years from the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the restriction to senior housing would fail.
Well, I know. I think it would be something that we would not be obligated to follow, but in fact intend to at this point follow through.
Yes, it would no longer be a requirement of the covenants and restrictions running with the land. But certainly at that point in time, you would have developed, hopefully, a senior housing project and would continue along those lines.
I think it's going to be a phenomenal project for the benefit of the total community. Thank you.
Very good. Mayor, that takes us back to the balance of the regular agenda, on which I think the next item related to 130 Baker Hill Road. Mr. Cohen, I'll turn it back to you.
Oh yes, we opened it. This was it? This was yours? That wasn't mine, but was it for the computer? Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Mayor, with respect. Mayor, the next item on the agenda relates to property at 130 Baker Hill Road. The building inspector found the property to be in dangerous, hazardous condition and caused it to be boarded up. Your code provides that the expense of doing so may be charged back to the property owner. And I believe that that is the intention. It is my understanding that the property owner wished to address the board tonight with respect to that topic, which is that the board proposes to charge back to the property owner the expenses of having the property boarded up.
Hi, good evening. Olympiada Muntiano, 130 Baker Hill Road. I don't speak English very well. I'll go very slowly, okay? That's not exact what you said. First of all, I would like to make a comment. My son is going to Middle North School, and every night you're receiving messages how many kids get sick every night of COVID. So 1 year ago, when the schools were closed, you're having like 10, 15 kids. 2 days ago, it was 70 kids. Today was 40. So I think you need to wear masks. That's not an option during a closed meeting like this. So I would like to invite everybody to have a mask, please. I'm also a nurse, so I'm very concerned. I will speak very short. If you don't understand something, please ask me. I booked a property. I'm not American. That's my first property here in the United States, so I don't know your rules very well. I booked a property 2 blocks from here, 130 Baker Hill Road in July 30th. My lawyer explained me clearly, so that's a property in a bad condition. The condition from the bank was to try to fix it in 90 days. Not everything, but a big amount of work should be done in 90 days. I'm renting something in Great Neck for 2 years, so I know very well. I also have neighbors who just book property around me. You know very well that to get a permit in Great Neck, that takes months. Everybody knows that. So it's my fault. I was absolutely aware of that. I start work without permit. Now, I came to building department several times. I invited them to come to see what I'm doing. They have my phone number. They can come every day. I was clear about that. They decided to come 2 months after. They came first time on November 4 for a visit. It was 2 people. They didn't make any comments concerning security. No comments was done at that moment. The house was not boarded at that moment. They boarded it 2 weeks after that. So all the work that was done by a contractor approved by the bank before I signed the mortgage. That contractor was not from Nassau County. I had no idea that's supposed to be from Nassau County. Now all the work was done by licensed contractors. Not all of them are from Nassau County. But I have contracts, I have proofs. There is absolutely no security problem in this house. Any of you can come and see, can come to take pictures. You can come any day. I understand that everything was done. I contacted several lawyers. All of them say that's absolutely legal. Building department has the right to do that, to board the house. But I assure you that there is absolutely no danger in this house. No more danger than in any other house that's getting renovated. That's it. That's all that I want to say.
Mayor and board, when this house was first purchased, building department went there. We've given multiple verbal and written notices, starting from the end of July through August. We posted a stop work order on...
That's absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. The
tell
house was booked on July 30th, so
sorry.
you cannot start in July.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
When
I'm
you
sorry.
spoke, he did interrupt you.
Okay,
Please respect
sure.
Our first stop work order was posted on September 7th. You took the stir-up stop work order down. I went to the house, personally told you, do not continue work until you have permits. You removed the stop work order. A new one was put up on the 13th. That was removed.
That's absolutely wrong. Absolutely.
September 15th, stop work order was removed again because you put it up and took it down.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, on 9/27, we received several calls from the neighbors of work being done on Sundays. The police came, shut you down about 6 p.m. on that day. On September 22nd, your plans examiner came in. I'm sorry, the plans examiner had not had a chance to review some plans that you had submitted, and you refused to obtain a general contractor that is licensed in Nassau County, because that is a requirement, and I explained this to you, and when you said you did not understand, I actually called a friend who's Romanian who spoke to you in Romanian to translate, and he was, he said everything that he had to say, gave you every option, and I've given you every option to come in and please take out a building permit with licensed contractors, licensed plumbers, licensed electricians, because I said to you, you're doing work, people are touching it that are not from around here. City code is a lot different than Nassau County code and state code. They were touching gas, they were touching electric. You gutted the entire home, which was plaster. You took all the plaster off the walls, you took all the wire lath off the walls, any insulation that was in the walls or wasn't in the walls, removed. Everything in the entire house was gutted. Bathrooms, kitchen, etc. There are no railings on any of your staircases. There are no railings on any of the catwalks, to the basement stairs, to the upstairs. It is a very, very dangerous situation when contractors or people, I shouldn't say contract, but when people are going in there and they're touching gas lines and they are not licensed in
It
the
is
village.
licensed, I have a proof. Okay.
He's not licensed in the village, and
Has
you
no
did not
permit.
have a building permit.
I understand.
And I've explained to you, and I said to you, it's a very dangerous, to me, I have to protect the safety and the welfare of every resident in this village. And I told you it's a very serious thing, and I explained to you, come in, I will help you. I will help you obtain a permit, but you have to have licensed people, and you blatantly refused every opportunity I have given you.
All right.
And
Can I
continue
answer?
to work in this house. So the only option at this point, after seeing all the work that was done in the house, we had to board the house up for the safety of the residents and everybody in this community.
Okay, so that's your right, absolutely. So the